purpose.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is March 4th, 2025, and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. The prayer tonight will be with Alderwoman Haas and the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderman Coates. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Please bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for the wonderful day that you have given us. Thank you for bringing all of us together for this Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting tonight. Please keep everyone safe during the storms coming through and alert for any damage that may occur. In our Father's name, amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is to approve the minutes from the January 30th, 2025 workshop and the February 4th, 2025 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, we're going to move on. There's no one signed up for the public comment period. And then moving on to departmental reports. Police Department, Captain Call.
Good evening, Mayor and Alderman. Trust you guys have all got the reports. Just a little bit of commentary. As you saw, there's a significant rise in vehicle burglaries and vehicle thefts. This is being widely reported on the news. We're not the only jurisdiction that's dealing with that. We are directing significant resources to combat that and have multiple investigations going. I am wondering for the reason of it and just speculating, and we won't know till the data is put out, but that, there's been a decrease, we believe, in the fentanyl coming into the community when the border was shut down. So we don't know if these vehicle thefts are being driven by that because people are needing money to buy different drugs. We did have a slight increase in overdoses, and it's possible that they're using other drugs they're not familiar with or used to, causing the overdoses. These are just people pulling on door handles, going through cars, looking for keys in cars. We're begging the citizens to lock your car, take in your keys, your guns, and your medication, and because that's what they're looking for. And they're looking to steal that and make a quick buck. You guys have any questions?
May I have one question?
Yes, sir.
Of the 24 vehicles, how many were left unlocked?
I don't have that information. I know multiple of the vehicles are locked. These are the car theft rings. They're very sophisticated. They're going up, taking pictures of the VINs, and using a computer program to key the car, literally get in it and steal within 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Is there any particular model, like for a while the Dodge Chargers and stuff? Is it still the Dodge
That's
Chargers?
100% it right now. It used to be the Kias maybe a year ago, and now it's the Challengers and the Charger. We are stepping up our enforcement. Steve, you had talked to me some time ago about increasing traffic stops. We did have a pretty significant increase in our traffic stops over month.
I know we've had quite a bit of outpouring from residents recently about the speeding, or some even call it racing through the neighborhoods. So if extra attention could be given to that, just to be on the lookout and make sure we're keeping this community safe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I hope that you've had an opportunity to review the monthly report for February. I don't see anything of great concern or any new trends that would be out of the norm for us month to month, with the exception of the considerable amount of water that we flowed here recently on multiple responses to mulch fires. But other than that, we're within the norms. Any questions?
Has the mulch pile been moved or?
Yes, ma'am. The fire marshal worked extensively. That kind of a history on that project. Initially, they had a burn permit, and they had followed all the regulations behind the burn permit, dug the pits, built the wind curtains and all that. It was just so close to the neighborhoods that we retracted that burn permit. So then they started processing the wood material into mulch, piles it up. The tighter it compresses because of the weight of it coming down, creates a spontaneous combustion, and it starts deep inside the pile itself. So the last that we went out there, they have almost pulled every one of the piles down to ground level. There's a couple that are still there, but they're not significant piles, so there's not a lot of compression. We don't expect that. Tonight's rain hopefully will eliminate the last of our concerns with that for now. So we know it's somewhat of an inconvenience for the neighbors there, and that's always a concern for us. Air quality and then just the inconvenience of smelling it. I understand what the neighbors were dealing with, so we did our very level best within our guidelines and what we can do within the city ordinances to handle that. I had a problem just because of the location of water supply. We used the Rutherford County mutual aid system, and Almoville Volunteer Fire Department supplied water tender for us, which was a great help from our neighbors. And so we worked really hard over there several times to get a handle of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan, sporting a new look.
Getting well out of control, ain't it? Trying to bring the mullet back. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see help desk tickets, 112, man hours, 565 devoted to those. Upcoming events, this Friday, March 7th, at the Multipurpose Building, 6 p.m. will be our first workshop to the public. It's build a bird feeder. We have 21 currently signed up, have spots available for at least 4 more. Upcoming meetings, March 17th, Park and Rec Advisory Committee here in the boardroom at 5 p.m. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. This is Read Across America Week. So if you will please look beside your chair, take out what's in your bag, and all my friends who offered to be with us tonight. And you all are very special. You get cat collars.
This is gonna mess my hair up.
I know.
Is mine on right? Oh, yeah. One's that got an emblem.
Alderman Coates, hand this down to our city administrator. He does not look as festive as the rest of us, and we want him to be just as festive.
And
We
while
want
we're
everyone
getting all settled, I do want to say March 2nd was Dr. Seuss' birthday, and today is Kyle's birthday. So we are so happy to celebrate those two special men's birthdays. So happy birthday. All right, excellent. You all look wonderful. So you have our attendance numbers, and you have all of our numbers there. We're going to go on down and get into some of the fun stuff. March 27th is coming. Bigfoot is on his way. So we do want to encourage our families to come. This is more of a program for older children and young adults and adults, but little ones might enjoy it too. It's going to be a PowerPoint, but lots of great things to see and to do. I love it. You know, I'm usually the one standing up here dressed, and I even received a compliment tonight from one of our city attorneys that said I looked very nice. So thank you. No cat in the hat on. In April the 2nd, Dragons Love Tacos. That is a Murfreesboro Little Theater production. It will be at our library at 10 a.m. Excellent. On April the 2nd, and we look forward to that. Monday, we will have a library board meeting here. in the boardroom. So we look forward to that. Okay, now to the fun part, the reason we have our hats on. This is Read Across America Week. What is that? It's a week that we celebrate the wonderful freedom to read, the freedom to read to a child, the freedom for a child to read to us, the freedom for us to be able to pick up a book and read. And if you'll notice at the top of my report, you're never too old, too wacky, too wild to pick up a book and read to a child. Dr. Seuss had many, many wonderful sayings, and I want to share just a few of those with you in just a moment. But one thing that we're doing at the library to celebrate, we want you to come by, as the mayor did today, and stop by the circulation desk and receive a Dr. Seuss bag and a bookmark. Tell us about your bag.
Well, I picked it out because it's obviously it's Vice Mayor No's favorite colors. It's orange. Works great with your shirt. And it says "Make a Difference," and then a nice, lovely yellow Cat in the Hat bookmark.
Excellent. And everyone loves bookmarks. And we are so proud, Vice Mayor No, that you do make a difference. So he chose that color just for you. That's saying.
Don't encourage him.
Okay, on the second page of the report, you will see all of the other great things that we have going on at the library. We just enjoy our patrons coming in and supporting our programs and all that we do. I wanted to pull just a few quick Dr. Seuss quotes. This one is one that actually is my husband, Don, and myself. It says, "We are all a little weird, and life's a little weird. And when we find someone whose weirdness is compatible with ours, we join up with them and fall in mutual weirdness, and we call it love."
Aww.
Dr. Seuss. "Sometimes you will not know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not." And that's from the Lorax. If you have not read the Lorax or seen the cartoon movie The Lorax, you need to. Couple more. "You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose." This is one of my favorites. "You have to be odd to be number one." Mayor. M1. So you have to be odd to be number one. "To the world, you may be one person, but to that one person, you may be the world." And I guess I really like that one. You have to be odd to be number one. And one more. Nope, that's it. But I do want to tell you, how many of you know the book, The Cat in the Hat? Mm-hmm. Very famous book that Dr. Seuss wrote. Love that book. I discovered that he wrote that in 1957, the year I was born. So that's pretty good. Dr. Seuss credited his mother for a lot of the rhymes, and he was voted least likely to succeed by his college classmates. And he published his first book in 1937, and to think that I saw it on Mulberry Street. His friend bet that he could not write a book using only 50 words. What book do you think he wrote?
Green Eggs and Ham.
Absolutely, and that's how Green Eggs and Ham came to be. Whenever he had a writer's block, he would put on one of his funky hats to get the creativeness flowing. Thank you all for participating in Read Across America. It's a great thing, and we appreciate the support that the board gives to the library. Any questions?
Thank you, Donna, to coming in here every month and taking care of serious stuff. Moments like this kind of breaks up the monotony and brings a little
Thank you.
smile and cheer.
And I appreciate that. I don't ever want to take away
I know.
from the business we have going, but it is good to smile every once in a while.
And the Assistant City Administrator will wear that throughout the whole meeting, right?
I'm already getting hot.
And thank you all for wearing the hats. If you can see, some of our participants, this is their first time to participate. Thank you, Michael. Doug, David, yes, Glenn. So it's very much appreciated.
What
Thank
about the chiefs?
Well, the chief got left out because we had some new friends that were going to wear a hat. So he looked a little sad at the beginning, but he's better now.
My mom's just going to be disappointed. I called and told her I was going to be wearing a hat.
I told him after story time tomorrow, I will bring a hat, he and Gary. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna need a bigger hat for Steve next time.
Yeah, my big
They don't make them that big.
judge.
Those are yours. I know you are so delighted.
Thank you, Miss Donna. Now to follow that up, Finance Department, Miss Danielle. Yeah.
Good luck, Danielle.
I'm going to be like, Mo money.
She's going to tell us about that. She's going to tell us that $2.5 million she found for us.
For the paving?
Yes.
Right. Good evening. Included in your packet are the financial statements for the year-to-date as of January 31st, 2025. On page 1 are the general fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $4 million. However, we are under budget by $5 million year-to-date in the comparison. Local sales tax is $250,000 more compared to last year at the same period. The water sewer fund, the net income is $3.1 million, which is a number that we'd want to watch. I've also added in the middle of the page the property taxes year-to-date compared to the previous year. And you'll see that it's a little less, a little lower as of end of January, but currently we're at a 90%. And so any taxes that are received that are post-dated February 28th will not receive the late fee. So we still have mail coming in. On page 2 reflects the cash balances as of the end of January. The general fund has $32 million. Water sewer has $14.5 million. And then on the impact funds are included on that sheet also, and you have the from inception through the previous year, and then you have the current year, July 1, 2024 through current, so you can kind of see the difference in that. And then it also lists like the expenditures that have been incurred. On page 3 is a comparison of the general fund and the water sewer fund current year to previous year. And you can see that for the general fund, the net income is $640,000 more than the previous year. And then for the water sewer, it's $2.4 million approximately more over the previous year. And then if you, at the bottom is the graph of the water sewer fund. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And last but not least, the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. Hope you've had an opportunity to review our monthly report for February. A couple things to mention. We are moving forward with the SCADA upgrade project. So we have installed, I say we like I did it. I didn't do it, otherwise it wouldn't work. Wayfield has installed VFD number 2 for the high service pump number 2. That has been tested. It is functioning. We are waiting to couple the motor to the pump, which was work that was done about 1.5 years ago. Once that gets done, that will be up and running. They were actually working on VFD number 5 today, so that should be completed tomorrow. Also, W&O Construction, as well as Infomark's maintenance manager, Will Willingham, got the new polymer system installed, set and installed, that is in service and working properly. Any questions?
Just a comment, it's good to see a lot of green, and where there's not green, it's already part of our capital plan.
Yeah. Yeah, so once we get that pump for number 2 coupled, that's gonna get rid of a lot of this green, or a lot of this green. We wanna leave the green, sorry, you know what I meant. The yellow that's there. So add more green, just like Vice Mayor's shirt.
Thank you, Danny.
Tough crowd. Thank you.
Danny, you followed Miss Donna.
He never do that. She's unfollowable.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2025-03, an ordinance to amend Title II of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding boards and commissions, etc. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 5, second reading ordinance 2025-04, an ordinance to amend Title 1, Chapter 1, Section 1-103 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 6, second reading ordinance 2025-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 drug fund budget. Or make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. That motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding impact fees. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Moving on to number 9, first reading ordinance, or this is new business, that is, first reading ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code, adding sinkhole protections to the Stormwater Management Ordinance. This received a favorable recommendation from the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board on February 3rd, 2025. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion passes. First reading ordinance 2025-08, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 1, Section 14-105, and Title 14, Chapter 8, Section 14-809 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 11, first reading ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. And I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. That motion passes. Resolution 2025-03, a resolution to amend the social media policy for the City of LaVergne. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. That motion passes. Resolution 2025-04, resolution to adopt a land acquisition policy for the South Waldron Road widening project. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to 14, Resolution 2025-05, a resolution to accept Phase 2 of the Carruthers Crossing subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on January 28, 2025. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Number 15, Resolution 2025-06, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we've got appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We have one term vacant. We have just one applicant, and that is Ashley Bruley. I'll appoint her to that open position. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then last, we've got the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant, and we've got two applicants. Looks like Ashley Bruley, and then Bruce, how do you pronounce this? Because I don't want to butcher this.
I would guess Angel Resenthal.
Okay, Angel Resenthal. Okay, unique spell there. Well, I will appoint Angel Resenthal to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Just want to caution everybody to be careful of the high winds this evening. Make sure all of your items are secure, stay safe, and know your safety spot in case of a tornado.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone stays safe.
Alderwoman Haas.
To echo everyone, stay safe and know your safe places if there's any bad weather.
Vice Mayor No.
Yes, sir. Sorry, me and Alderwoman Hobbs was discussing the future of LaVergne.
Very important.
Tell us more.
So I know that you're going to say something about our assistant administrator. I already know that. But something I found out today about Mr. Brown that I did not know about. Apparently, he has a fear of all things chickens. He don't like chickens. So I promised I wouldn't bring that up. But and I want to do a shout out. As you all know, I watch social media and I listen to the rhetoric and I listen to all that stuff. Know that we got your back. But I had a citizen call me 2 weeks ago. I reached out to this person to see if they could help, and they said yes. Well, 3 or 4 days went by. Nothing happened, unbeknownst to me, but the citizen called me back, and I called this person back on the weekend. I don't know what they did. I don't know what she said, but whatever it was, she got an HOA's attention. And Joe, I want to make sure that you tell her, but I want to give a shout out to Miss Alex. She lit a fire under somebody and got a pond drained for me, well, for the citizen. It was about to come over the berm and wash their driveway away. But Alex did a great job with that. So, carry on.
Just make sure you don't go out investigating that stuff by yourself. You could fall down. Hurt yourself.
Carry on.
Well, first off, I want to echo something Captain Call said earlier, which is please, 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 everyone, lock your cars when you go in for the night. Take your valuables. Don't leave them in the car, especially guns. Do not leave them in your vehicle. Take them in. The best place for them to be is in your house versus in your car unattended. So please make sure you're doing that. We want to help reduce more guns on the street, and we want to make it as tough as possible for any criminal to get through here. So do want to say to our city administrator, or shall I say our assistant city administrator, Kyle Brown, can you come up here for a moment?
Bring your hat and your
come
bow
on
tie.
up here.
Hat and bow tie,
He doesn't have to
please.
do the hat,
Oh,
but come on up here.
you look so cute.
It's good sports, no reason to do it.
It's nothing bad. Up here. Up here.
Right here.
Up here. So, so we understand that you're, Juliet, that was 50? He's 50 this year? Is that what you said? Close. This side of 50, you said, right?
He's closer to 40.
This is from the board. We wanted to tell you happy birthday. And I would never embarrass you much, but if y'all could sing him happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Now stay up here. Birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kyle. Happy birthday to you. Just for you two.
You're special.
With that, call this meeting adjourned.
It's about 5 after, and I know our friends here have another show to do after our show today, so I know they're ready to get started. And you look and you go, my goodness, look at that. Who is here today? Does anybody know?
A puppet show.
That's right, it is a puppet show.
Of course it would
It's
be
the
a puppet.
Runaway Puppet Theater. They came last year. They were wonderful. Their show was so much fun. I know it's going to be just as great this year. So I think it has something to do with the Sandman or something about going to sleep. Well, hey, that matches our theme this year, doesn't it? Dream big, read. Let's all shout that on the count of 3 as loud as we can and see if that wake. They may be asleep back there for all I know. Maybe that'll wake them up. So on the count of 3, as loud as we can, let's say dream big, read. 1, 2, 3. Well, that woke them up.
Hey! How are you guys today? There's people way over there. They don't have a big enough stage. If I come over to see you, I'm going to fall off the stage. So I'm just going to lean, okay? Hi, how are you guys? Hi, my name is Robin May. I'm one of the puppeteers with Runaway Puppet Theater, and we're really glad to be here with you today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. We're so glad to be in. We had a great time. Oh,
I'm yawning.
sorry. Anyway, we hope. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wow, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't get very much sleep last night. I guess the Sandman didn't come and see me last night. You guys know who the Sandman is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sandman is a mythical character that supposedly comes around and puts us to sleep at night and then gives us dreams and things like that. But we know that he's not really real, because why would somebody come into your house and...
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think you should tell people that I don't exist and that I'm not real. I mean, I don't tell people you're not real.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
You're telling people I'm not real, and I don't like it. I mean, I may not have the press that Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny get, but I have a very important job.
Are you trying to tell me that you're the Sandman?
That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you, and I don't think you should tell these people. Oh my goodness, this is what you look like when you're awake. Oh, I never get to see you like this. This is so... Oh my goodness, that's what color eyes you have. I never would have guessed. You're so much more active in the daytime. Well, actually, that's not true. Some of you are pretty rambunctious at night, to be honest.
Excuse me. You were saying you had a very important job?
Oh, yeah. Well, most people think I show up and put people to sleep, but that's not true. I actually show up after you've already gone to sleep.
Oh, so after we're sleeping, that's when you show up.
Exactly. So I know which one of you out there still wear footy pajamas. Yeah, not just the kids either, I can tell you. And I know which one of you still sleep with stuffed animals, like stuffed bears and things like that. In fact, there's somebody out there right now who sleeps with a stuffed octopus.
Really?
You know who you are.
Cool.
But I show up after your sleep, and I tell you stories, which you call dreams.
Oh, so the Sandman is really a storyteller.
Exactly. And I thought today I'd break with tradition a little bit and come by and tell you some stories while you're awake.
Well, normally that would be great, but
Yeah.
we're just about ready to start a show here. We're going to tell these kids stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and stuff.
Oh, that's great. I know all kinds of stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and things like that. Yeah. In fact, you know what? I know a story about a guy who's famous just because he went to sleep.
Famous because he went to sleep?
Exactly. A guy famous because he went to sleep, and his name was Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, yeah, I know that story. I think that's great. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, now, once upon a time...
Wait. Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm telling them the story of Rip Van Winkle.
Don't you think I should be doing that? After all, the show is called Sandman's Sleepy Stories.
Well, yeah, I guess. Just go on ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You back there? All right. Once upon a time, back when the United States were still a group of English colonies, in a small village, there lived a fellow with the peculiar name of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his small village. Everyone was very fond of Rip because he was always willing to lend a hand whenever anyone needed help.
Oh, Rip, I'm so glad you're willing to help me carry my laundry home. It's so kind of you.
No problem, Mrs. Dretcher. You know what they say, virtue you as its own reward.
Oh, do they? Well, I was going to reward you with a piece of pie, but in that case, I won't...
Well, you didn't let me finish. Virtue is its own reward unless there's pie involved. Then take the pie.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I've come up with a new recipe. I'm very eager to see what you think of it.
Well, that's great because, you know, my laundry carrying ability is only outshone by my pie tasting ability.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I have one I call Mrs. Drutcher's Chocolate Surprise.
Well, what's the surprise?
There's no chocolate in it, only strawberries and sardines.
Well, oh, darn, I just remembered. I'm supposed to meet Mr. Van Brummel. I tell you what, you go on home, and I'll bring your laundry later.
Oh, and I'll warm up a piece of pie for you, will I? Yes, nothing better than warm sardines. I'll see you later, dear.
Strawberry and sardines? Blah. Well, as my old pappy used to say, never turn down a free piece of pie. Well, I guess maybe I can figure I'll get a piece without too many sardines in it.
Hey, Mr. Van Winkle, catch! Oh! Oh, Mr. Van Winkle, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? You okay? Where'd you go?
I lost my hat.
Oh, no. Sorry, Mr. Van Winkle. I know how much you like your hat.
Yes.
Oh, you all right? You okay? Did I hurt you?
Yeah, I'm fine,
Oh, well, you dropped all the laundry you were carrying, though.
Oh, yeah, looks like Mrs. Dretcher's gonna have to do her laundry all over again.
Listen, I was wondering if you would play ball with us tomorrow. You hit and kick and throw better than any of the other kids.
Well, that may be because I'm 25 years older than the rest of you.
Yeah, maybe.
But, you know, I can't tomorrow. I have to meet Mr. Van Brummel for a lesson.
Mr. Van Brummel, the school teacher?
Yeah.
What is he teaching you?
No. I'm teaching him how to fish.
Mr. Van Brummel doesn't know how to fish?
Nope, not at all. And I don't know how long it's going to take for our lesson. It could be all day long.
Oh, means you can't play ball tomorrow. I'm phooey.
Well, but you know what that does mean?
No, what?
That means we'll have to play today. Yeah, you go get the rest of the kids. We'll meet at the King George Inn and we'll go play ball.
Yeah. Oh, this is the best day ever. Ha!
Yes, does my heart good to see the kids all excited. Ooh, yeah. Mrs. Drutcher's gonna have to do her laundry all over again. Oh, look, there's a sock in the azalea bush.
So as I say, Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his little village. Well, with maybe one exception. Rip Van Winkle, where are you, you no good, lazy layabout?
Uh-oh, that sounds like the melodious tones of my wife's voice. She better not see me here like this, so I better sneak away.
There you are, you no good, lazy husband of mine, trying to sneak away from me, were ya?
No, I wasn't sneaking. I dropped something.
Likely story. What did you drop?
Laundry. Did you see a sock around here anywhere?
No, I didn't see any socks. I just saw a no good husband who should be at home feeding the cows and mending the fences and plowing the fields.
But dear, I don't have to plow the fields. There's already wild corn and cabbage growing in there.
Not anymore. The cows ate it.
Well, there you go. Now I don't have to feed the cows. Why do we have cows anyway? You can't play with them. They won't play fetch, and you can't ride them. Well, you can, but they don't go anywhere. They just look at you and go,
You could at least mend the fences.
But if I mend the fences, then the cows can't get in the field to get the corn and cabbage. You really don't think these things through very well, my dear.
I should have listened to my mother, but no. You no good, knuckle dragging, mouth
Excuse me,
breathing.
my dear, this is a family show.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see all the children out there. Well, fine then, fine. I'll have more adjectives for you when you get home.
Well, you know what? When my wife is in a mood like this, there's only one thing to do. Head for the hills.
So Rip Van Winkle headed out into the forest, hoping his wife would calm down and forget a few of the adjectives she had in mind to call him. So Rip found a lovely place in the forest, where he could relax and contemplate the mysteries of life.
I wonder who thought it was a good idea to make a sequel to Highlander.
When suddenly he heard, Rip Van Winkle!
What was that? What was that? Oh, must have been my imagination. Oh.
Rip Van Winkle!
Oh, was that my wife? No, she wouldn't come out in the woods looking for me like that.
Rip Van Winkle! Hey! Over here!
What? Did you just say that? No, I think it came from over there. I better check this out.
So Rip Van Winkle went further into the forest, trying to find out who had been calling his name, when he came upon a clearing.
I think this is where I heard the voice coming from, but I don't see anything. Wait a minute. What's that I smell? It smells like someone's baking cookies.
Oh, Rip Van Winkle, there you are. I'm so glad you could help us out. Yeah.
Oh, well, who are you, and how do you know my name?
Oh, yeah, I should probably explain. I'm one of the magical forest folk, a brownie, actually.
Oh, so that's how you know my name. You used your magical powers.
No, I just listened when the Sandman introduced the show. But listen, I was wondering if you could help us out. We're going to enter a new cookie in the Forest Folk and Fairy Festival Bake-Off competition this year, and we all think it's great, but we'd like to get an objective opinion.
Who's this we you keep talking about?
Oh, me and the other brownies. We live in this toadstool and bake cookies.
Oh, so there's more than just you?
Oh, yeah. There's all of them. There's gooey, and there's chocolatey. There's the twins, moist and dry, and Grandpa Crumbly.
And you are?
Krusty Brownie. Glad to meet you. Well, listen, I was wondering if you try our cookie and tell us what you think. We all think it's great, but we need somebody with an objective opinion, like I say.
Well, my best ability is my cookie tasting ability. I'd be happy to try and taste it for you.
Well, great. Here, have one.
Oh,
Just take one.
Okay.
Just take one.
Just
We don't have that many to spare yet.
Okay, all
Just
right.
one
What is
bag,
it?
you know. Yeah.
Well, it looks very thin.
Yeah.
And it smells very minty.
Yeah, that's what we were going for. Thin and minty. That may make for a good name. Anyway, see what you think about the taste, though.
All right. Well, you know, the proof is in the tasting.
Exactly. Take a bite there. What do you think?
That's good.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd say so. Yeah, I think we're got a winner this time. I think this year we're really going to beat those snooty elves in their hollow tree.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah. There was a little bit of controversy. Some of the other brownies thought I put too much pixie dust in the cookie. That sometimes makes people fall asleep, but I don't think I put in that much, really.
No. As a matter of fact, I think you could...
Rip? You okay, Rip? Too much pixie dust? Yep. Too much pixie dust. Well, back to the kitchen.
And so Rip Van Winkle slept. And when he awoke, it was early in the morning.
Oh, me. Oh, my goodness. It's in the morning. I bet you my wife has many, many more adjectives for me now. I better get back to the house before she comes searching for me. Ow. Wow, my knees really hurt. As a matter of fact, everything hurts. Well, I guess that's what happens when you sleep in the woods all night. Ow.
So Rip Van Winkle headed back to his tiny village. But when he arrived, nothing looked as he remembered, and he didn't recognize the people he saw.
Well, I thought this was the direction of my town, but nothing looks the same. No? I have to ask somebody for directions or something. Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to be accosted by an old beggar.
No. I was just wondering if you could help me. I want to know if this is my town or not, and I'm a little bit confused about
Oh, you're one of those, are you? Well, look, Grandpa, if you're going to make poor life choices, don't expect me
No.
to...
No. I was wondering if you could tell me, where's someplace somebody would know it. Oh, could you tell me where the King George Inn is?
King George Inn?
Yes.
There's no King George Inn around here.
Oh, well then I must be in the wrong town. Thank you.
Oh, no, you must understand. There used to be a King George Inn, but I had it torn down.
You had it torn down?
Yes.
But it was just here yesterday.
Are you daft, old man? No, I bought the King George Inn over a year ago and had it demolished.
No, but everybody meets at the King George Inn. That's where I meet the kids to play ball.
No one's met at the King George Inn for over 20 years, old man. Not since Rip Van Winkle went missing.
Missing?
Yeah.
But I'm right here. I'm not missing.
I think not. No. The children and I all used to meet Rip Van Winkle at the King George Inn, and one day he told us to meet him there, and he never arrived. And we waited, and finally we realized he'd abandoned us, and we never met at the King George Inn again.
No, I wouldn't abandon you. Wait a minute. Henry, how did you get all grown up overnight?
I can assure you I have aged at the normal rate, but I think time has adversely affected your senses, old man.
And that's another thing. Why do you keep calling me old man?
Well, obviously you are. I mean, only old men have long white beards like you have.
Long white beard? I have a long white beard.
Well, as fascinating as this conversation has been, I really must be on my way. Good day to you, old man.
Oh my, what's going on? Why do I have a long white beard? Nothing looks the same. I need to go find my wife. She'll tell me what's happening, even though she probably has many, many adjectives by now. Oh my gosh.
So Rip Van Winkle headed to his house, hoping he'd find his wife and she could explain what was going on. But when he arrived, all he could find was an old, broken down old shack.
Well, I thought this was my house, but that thing looks like it's about to fall in on everybody's head. So,
Who is it? What do you want?
Oh, hello, my dear. I'm home. It's me, your husband.
They're what?
It's me, your husband.
Hot dog buns? No, I don't even have hot dogs. What do I need buns for?
No, I'm your husband, Rip Van Winkle.
And what?
Rip Van Winkle.
Pickles? No, I don't eat pickles, especially not on hot dogs.
No, I've been gone all night.
You did what?
I've been gone all night.
Fly a kite? Well, go ahead. What are you bothering me for?
No, everything is different. I don't understand what's going on.
You what?
I don't understand what's going on.
About 4:30?
No, I'm confused. I don't understand.
Yes, lovely talking to you too. I'll see you later, dear.
Why? My own wife doesn't even recognize me. Oh no. Why? 20 years? How could... Slept for 20 years? Crusty Brownie! He said he put too much pixie dust in those cookies. I gotta get back to that clearing and see if I can't get him to change this back around. I can't be old like this forever. Ow! Ow! Oh!
So Rip Van Winkle ran, or rather, well, more like he hobbled, back to the clearing where he had first met Krusty Brownie.
Krusty Brownie! Krusty Brownie! You've got to help me! My wife doesn't know who I am! I've slept for 20 years. Oh! Nobody knows who I am! The town is all different. I don't know anybody. Wait a minute. My knees don't hurt. Nothing hurts. My beard's gone. I'm back! I'm back! I gotta get back to town.
So Rip ran back to his village, which he was able to do much quicker now, until he arrived back to his home. And when he arrived, everything looked exactly as he remembered. He even saw a familiar face.
Yes! My town! My town! I'm back! I'm back! This is the most perfect day ever! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh, sorry, Mickey Van Winkle. Did I hurt you? Okay.
Henry! Yes. Henry! You're a kid again!
Again? What was that before, an armadillo?
No, I mean, you're a kid, not an adult!
No. You feel okay, Mr. Van Winkle? You still want to play ball with us?
Yes! Yes, I do want to play ball! Go get the kids, meet the King Georgian, but I've got to go back, go home and talk to my wife
Okay.
first.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Van Winkle. All right. Grown-ups are weird. And so Rip Van Winkle ran back to his house, hoping to find his wife in his home just as he remembered it.
Oh, my dear, there's my house! It looks just like I remember! Yes! Oh, dear!
Oh, there you are, you no-good husband of mine. Well, I've got lots more adjectives to call you now. In fact, I have an alphabetized list somewhere.
Yes, my dear. Call me all the adjectives you want as long as I get to hear your voice.
You feel all right?
Yes. Call me anything you want. Call me no good. Call me lazy. Call me indolent. Call me lousy.
Wait, what was that last one?
Lousy?
Before that?
Indolent.
Indolent, yes, I like that one. I think I'll start with that one, yes. Indolent,
Yes. Call me indolent. Call me outdolent. I don't care as long as I hear your melodious voice.
You sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm fine. And right now, I'm going to go back to town and play ball with the boys. But when I come back, I'm going to feed the cows, and I'm going to mend the fence, and tomorrow, I'll plant the field.
Really?
Yes.
Well, if you do all that, I can think of another adjective to call you.
And what's that?
Sweet. And Rip Van Winkle did exactly as he had promised. He mended the fences, he plowed the fields, he even fed the cows. And after that, he was well liked by everyone in the village. And I do mean everyone. And that's the story of Rip Van Winkle. Did you enjoy that one? Yeah. That's good. Oh, good. I like that one too. That's a very good story. I like it.
Mr. Sandy,
Yes.
that was a really good story. I'm really glad you told it to us.
Sure.
And you know what? I never did think about it, but Rip Van Winkle was famous for going to sleep.
That's right. That was his claim to fame. Sleepiness and laziness. Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, I guess there are worse things to be famous for.
Like what?
I don't know. Stinkiest breath.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
Cramming the most baby corns up your nose. Explosive flatulence.
Oh, okay. That's it.
Being a Kardashian.
Okay. But you know, sleeping too much is really bad for you.
Yeah, sleeping too much is bad for you. But you know what? Not sleeping enough is bad for you too.
That
You know
is
what?
true.
That reminds me of another story I know.
Another story?
Yeah.
How many stories do you know?
Oh, I know millions and millions of stories. I have them on loan from my Nazi the spider.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah. But I know all kinds of stories. I know stories about aardvarks, I know stories about ice skating, I know stories about prickly pears. I even know stories about aardvarks ice skating through prickly pears.
Ooh,
I do.
tell us one of
But
those
this-
stories.
I don't have time right now. It's very involved and I have to have a lot of props.
Oh.
But the story I want to tell you now is about a young gecko who couldn't go to sleep.
A young gecko who couldn't go to sleep?
All the way from the island of Bali.
I don't think I know that story.
Oh, I should probably tell it then, right?
You're going to have to take
All right, great. I'll do it.
All right.
Now, once upon a time, way back on the island of Bali, there lived a young gecko. This young gecko enjoyed doing all the things a young gecko normally enjoys doing. He enjoyed playing hide and seek with his friends. All right, ready or not, here I come. Let's see, Howie, are you over there? No. Oscar, is this you? No. Julius? Wow. Hide and seek is tough when your friends can change color and blend in with the foliage. Wow. He also enjoyed a big dinner of mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Mosquito, just the way Mom used to make. Raw. And after a long day of hide and seek and a big dinner of mosquitoes, the young gecko lay down, pulled a leaf up over himself, and relaxed, ready for a long evening's rest. I never found my friend Oscar when we were playing hide and seek. Oh well, hope he's not waiting on me. What is that light? That must be the firefly flashing his light. Firefly! Firefly, hey, get up the light. Firefly, I'm trying to sleep here. He's not going to turn it on. All right, I'll hide under here so I can't see him. It's too hot under there. I can't stand under the leaf. Oh, man, I'll never get to sleep like this. Oh, man. So the young gecko turned and tossed and tossed and turned all night long. But he never did get to sleep. The next morning, the young gecko went to find the village elder. Oh, I wonder what the village elder is. Oh, village elder.
Good morning, young gecko. How are you this fine day?
I am not good, village elder, not good at all.
Not good? Why is that?
Well, I didn't get any sleep last night because the firefly kept flashing his light in my eyes. I was wondering if you could possibly speak to the firefly and ask him not to flash his light so bright at night.
Well, as the village elder, I want everyone in my village to be happy and well rested. Yes, I would be happy to go find out what happens with the firefly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I've got to get to the bottom of this, so we have to go find Firefly.
So the village elder went to find the firefly to find out why he had been flashing his light so late at night.
Firefly! Oh, Firefly!
Yes, sir. Good day to you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, Firefly, I was wondering if you could help me out here.
I would love to, sir.
I've had a complaint. Young Gecko says he couldn't get any sleep last night because you kept flashing your light. And I was wondering if you could stop flashing your light so late at night so everyone in the village could get some sleep.
But, sir, I was just trying to pass on the message, sir.
Message?
Yes, sir.
What message is that?
The woodpecker was tapping on the tree late at night. I thought he must be trying to warn everyone, so I was trying to get everyone's attention to listen to his message. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the woodpecker and find out why he was tapping so late at night.
The woodpecker, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, I shall go find the woodpecker.
So the village elder went to find the woodpecker to find out why he had been tapping on the trees so late at night.
Sorry there, your kingship. I mistook your head for a block of wood. Easy mistake to make, though.
Yes, well, woodpecker, I'm wondering if I could ask you for some help.
Sure, anything you want.
Yeah, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his lights. Firefly said he was only flashing his light because you were sending out a warning and he wanted to draw everyone's attention to it. What was the message you were trying to get to everyone's attention about?
I wasn't tapping on a message. I was tapping along with the song the frog was singing. I can't sing very well myself, but I do like to keep the beat.
Oh, I'm sure you have a lovely singing voice. Give us a song.
Oh, no, really, I can't sing very well at all. I don't really.
That's what everyone always says. Come on, give us a tune.
No, it's better if I don't. I really
Oh,
can't
come
sing.
on.
No, honestly, I can't sing. Can't tell ladies, sing this song. Do-da, do-da. Can't tell ladies.
No, you are right. You should go back to keeping the beat.
Don't just know your criticalness.
Yes.
But listen, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the frog and find out why he was singing so late at night.
Frog,
Yes,
huh?
sir.
All right.
So the village elder went to the pond to find the frog, to find out why the frog had been singing so late at night.
Frog! A frog!
Hi-ho there, village elder, sir.
Are you sure you're a frog?
Of course I'm sure. Don't you see my stereotypical frog color?
Yes. Well, I've come because I'm trying to get to the bottom of a disturbance.
Oh, yes, what happened there?
Yes. Well, last night young Gecko couldn't get any sleep because Firefly kept flashing a light. Firefly said he was flashing his light because the woodpecker was tapping out a warning. But the woodpecker said he was just keeping beat to the song that you were singing. So I've come to ask you if you would please stop singing so late at night.
Oh, but sir, I wasn't singing last night. I was yelling at the beetle.
Yelling at the beetle?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, the beetle was carrying a ball of filth down the street, sir.
Filth?
Yes, sir.
What kind of filth?
Street filth, sir.
Oh, like old tires?
No, a bit more unhygienic.
Oh, candy wrappers and old
No,
bananas.
this was more like leavings, sir.
Leavings?
Droppings, sorry.
Someone dropped something?
Well, yes, technically, yes.
I don't understand.
Well, it is, it was poo, sir.
Poo?
Yes, sir.
Why would she be carrying poo down the street?
I don't know. It was very unhygienic, and I wouldn't have said anything, but I mean, Beetle was carrying that ball of poo down the middle of the street.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should probably talk to Beetle and find out why he was carrying a ball of so on and so forth down the street.
Beetle.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to go find Beetle.
By this time, the village elder was beginning to get angry, and so he went throughout the village, looking for the beetle, to find out why he had been carrying a ball of, well, so on and so on, down the middle of the street.
Beetle! Beetle! Where are you, Beetle? Yes.
Lovely day, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a lovely day. No, I've got a problem, and you seem to be the cause of it. Yes, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't tapping a warning, he was tapping along to the song the frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing, he was yelling a big splat in the middle of the street. Yeah. Water buffalo, eh? Yes, sir. Want to play football later? No! Okay.
By this time, the village elder was very angry. So he stomped through the village, looking for the water buffalo, trying to find out why he left a big spot of poo in the middle of the street.
Water buffalo! Water buffalo!
Hi there, village elder. How are you?
I'm not good.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, there was a big disturbance last night, and it's coming down to you.
What happened?
Well, Gecko couldn't get any sleep last night because the Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was sending out a warning. Woodpecker wasn't sending out a warning. He said he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing. He was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. The Beetle said she was carrying the poo because you left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Now, as village elder, I'm telling you to stop right now.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens. I try to help and I get yelled at.
Help? How is putting poo in the street a help?
It's a help because the rain washed a stone away in the middle of the street. The merchants have almost lost their carts in that hole. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the rain and find out why it rains so hard it washes stones away from the middle of the street. I'm out of here. And I have to go to the bathroom.
Rain cloud.
By this time, the village elder was furious. So he stomped throughout the village until way out on the outskirts of the village elder found a rain cloud happily raining away.
Yeah. Raindrops keep falling on your heads.
Rain cloud.
What?
I need you to stop this instant.
Stop what?
Stop raining.
Stop raining?
Yes.
But I'm a rain cloud. That's what I do.
Yes, but you're the cause of the disturbance last night.
What happened?
Young Gecko didn't get any sleep because Firefly was flashing a light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't warning, he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing, he was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. Beetle said she had to carry the poo because the water buffalo had left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Water buffalo said he put the splat in the road because you had washed away stones in the road. So now I'm telling you to stop raining right now.
Hey, listen. First of all, I'm a rain cloud. I make rain. That's what I do. Secondly, I'm only doing what I was asked to do.
Asked to do? Who asked you to put a rain so hard it put a hole in the road?
The gecko. The gecko's been asking for rain for weeks. If there's no rain, there's no mosquitoes. And if there's no mosquitoes, the gecko goes hungry. So you want to get to the bottom of this? Talk to the gecko.
Oh, I will talk to the gecko, but until then, stop raining in my village.
Hey, well listen, I got news for you, pal. I'm gonna rain as long as I got it in me.
You have to do what I say. I'm the village elder.
Yeah, well I'm not part of the village. I float wherever the wind takes me. In fact, take that. Hey, like I say, you want to yell at somebody? Talk to the gecko.
Gecko!
And so the village elder stomped back to the middle of the village, trying to find the young gecko.
Gecko! Gecko!
Yes, sir, village elder, yes. Did you talk to the Firefly, sir?
Yes! I talked to the Firefly, and I talked to the Woodpecker, and the Frog, and the Beetle, and the Water Buffalo, and the Rain Cloud.
Yes.
And I have one thing to say to you.
Yes, sir.
Go and live in peace with your neighbors. We all have our problems.
And so the young gecko still didn't get any more sleep. But he did have lots of mosquitoes to eat for that month and for many, many more months to come. And that's the story of the complaining gecko. So, you see, thank you. So as Because you see, sometimes if you can't sleep, it might be your own fault, like it was with Miss Robin last night.
Mr. Sandman?
Yes?
What do you mean it was my own fault that I couldn't get to sleep?
Well, you probably shouldn't have had a big eggplant parmesan sandwich with horseradish sauce right before you go to bed.
Yeah, that probably wasn't such a good
Not a good idea.
But it sure was yummy.
I bet. Well, this has been fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. I gotta go now and get ready. So I'll see you later.
No,
And
no, Mr. Sandman, no, you can't leave yet.
Why not?
Well, you have to tell us one more story. You've only told us two.
Well, yeah, but normally I only get a short time with everybody, and I thought 2 stories would be good, then I could go get ready for tonight.
No,
See,
no,
then
no, you have to tell us 3, because everything is better in 3s.
Not everything. Not angry bees.
Well, okay.
Not careless dentists.
Well, but that's not what I was talking about.
Not IRS agents. Not Kardashians.
Okay.
One more.
You've only told us stories so far about people that sleep too much and people that can't sleep enough.
Oh yeah, I haven't even told you stories about dreams yet, have I?
You haven't told us any dreaming stories.
You know what? That reminds me of a story about a man who got rich through a dream.
Got rich through a dream?
That's right. Would you like to hear that one?
I would love to hear that one.
Oh, great.
Right. I suppose you want to tell this one too.
If you don't mind, it is what I do.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Now, once upon a time, way, way back in fairy tale times, there was a farmer, which really in and of itself is no big deal. But this farmer had a very large plot of land. Every year, the farmer would plant his crops and work his land diligently, hoping that he would get a large crop of food to feed himself and his wife for all the year to come.
Ooh, yeah. Looking good, yeah.
Oh, dear Howard. Oh, how's everything coming this year?
Oh, wonderful. This is great. Look at this.
Oh, what did you plant this year, dear?
This year I planted tomatoes and lettuce and onions and corn and squash and melons.
Oh, I can't wait to see how it all turns out.
Yes, and you are in luck, wife of mine, because I'm about ready to start the harvest.
Yay!
So as I say, the farmer worked his land diligently. But no matter what he planted, the only thing he ever grew were turnips.
Turnips again?
Turnips again?
Well, it's really not that bad, I guess.
Not that bad. It's a whole year of nothing to eat but turnips. Turnips baked and grilled and fried, and turnip stir fry and turnip ice cream.
Oh, I have a new recipe I want to try tonight.
Yeah?
It's called turnip surprise.
What's the surprise?
There's nothing in it but turnips.
Oh, this dull old field. Lousy, no good, grow nothing but turnip field. I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay.
So the farmer got ready, went inside, and after a big dinner of turnip surprise, washed down with a big glass of turnip juice and a bowl of turnip ice cream for dessert, the farmer went to bed, hoping to dream of something other than turnips. Oh, man. And that's where I came in. That's right, I actually get to be inside this story. And so I woke the farmer up to give him a very important message. Farmer, oh kind farmer, wake up. I have something to tell you. Farmer, oh dear farmer, it is I, the Sandman, with a very important message for you. Farmer,
Wake up! The turnips are after me again! Oh, my. Who are you?
I am the Sandman, farmer, and I have a very important message for you.
Does that mean I'm dreaming?
Yes, it does.
Cool.
Farmer, if you go to the city and stand on the bridge, you will find your fortune.
That's it?
Well, yes.
It's a bit cryptic, don't you think? I mean, can't you give me a little bit more to go on?
No, sometimes dreams are supposed to be a bit vague.
Well, as long as you're here, could you dream me up a great big steak?
Of course not. You shouldn't eat in bed. Besides, you get your little ducky pillow all greasy. Ugh.
Oh, fiddlesticks. Well, as long as I'm up, I'll go get me a glass of turnip juice, I guess.
For 3 nights I visited the farmer, telling him that if he went to the city and stood on the bridge, he would find his fortune.
Oh dear, you okay? You not been sleeping well? No, no. What's the matter? For 3 nights I've had the same dream. But what about the turnips? Yeah, that is scary. No, no, no. The Sandman says if I go to the city and stand on this bridge, I will find my fortune.
Oh, I've had a dream for 3 nights in a row, and there's all these ponies, and they have lasers shooting out of their eyes. And then,
No, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go to the city. I'm going to stand on that bridge and wait for my fortune.
But what about the turnips?
Oh, who cares about the turnips? I don't like that lousy old field. As a matter of fact, while I'm gone, see if you can't sell it.
Oh, okay. Bye, dear. Oh, hope you just clean underwear.
So the farmer went to the city, found the bridge, and stood there, hoping he would find his fortune just as I had told him in the dream.
Well, here I am in the big city, standing on this bridge, waiting for my fortune. Yep, standing on the bridge, waiting on my fortune. Fortune coming on any minute now. Yep. This is going to take longer than I thought.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw someone approaching the bridge.
Oh, excuse me there. I was wondering, can you tell me which way is it to the castle?
No, I'm sorry. I'm a stranger in this land. I don't know where the castle is, Mr.
I have a very unusual name, but it's very important I get to the village, to the castle, because I have a very important meeting with the miller's daughter.
Miller's daughter.
Yes,
The castle.
yes.
Well, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Yes!
What?
You're my fortune.
What?
Yes! You're a funny little man. You have a strange name. You gotta go to the castle to meet the miller's daughter.
What?
Yes! My fortune is here!
What are you talking about, your fortune?
You are Rumpelstiltskin, and you are my fortune. You're gonna go to the castle and spin some straw in the gold for me, and we'll have everything we have.
You're mistaken. I am not Rumpelstiltskin. No, of course not. No.
Yeah. What's your funny little name then?
Sidney Krupnik.
Sidney Krupnik?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what do you have to go to the castle for?
Well, I'm the miller's daughter's lawyer. She's being illegally detained. I'm here to file a protest.
A protest?
Yes.
But I thought for sure you were my fortune. Yeah, you're a funny little man.
That's another thing. Stop calling me funny little man. It is slander. It's defamation of character. Don't make me file a cease and desist order.
I'm sorry. Sheesh. Touchy.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And that night, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, lay down on a cobblestone, and slept all night long. He awoke early the next morning, hoping that would be the day he would find his fortune.
Oh, me. I hope my fortune comes today. I don't know if I can sleep on that bridge one more night.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw a goose approaching the bridge.
Ooh, hello there, farmer. I was wondering if you could tell me where a place I could roost in.
Roost?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's something we fowl do before we lay eggs.
Oh.
Yes, I really need to find a place to roost, if you know what I mean.
You need a place to lay your eggs?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
A goose
Yes.
that lay... Oh! Yes!
What?
Yes! You are my fortune!
What do you
Yes! You're the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'll take you home with me and you'll lay eggs of gold for my wife and I, and we'll have a nice house and all the food we want, and maybe even a little horsey to ride.
No, you're mistaken. I am not the goose that can lay golden eggs. No, I lay regular old goose eggs.
Are you sure?
Of course. I mean, who would want to lay golden eggs, even if I could? Ugh. It'd probably be very tough to lay, and then, can you imagine how cold it would be sitting on a golden egg? I'd probably get, wait for it, goosebumps.
Yeah.
Get it? Goosebumps?
Yeah, I get it. Why don't you go find some place to roost?
Oh, yeah, I need to do that. Good luck with your fortune, farmer.
Yeah.
golden eggs and all. Aww.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And once again, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, cuddled up with a cobblestone, and slept all night long. And again he awoke early in the morning, hoping this would finally be the day when he found his fortune.
Oh. You know, when you use a cobblestone for a pillow and you drool, you get mud on your face.
And the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until towards the end of the day again, he saw someone else approaching the bridge.
No, excuse me there, my good lad. I was wondering if you could,
No, I'm sorry. I'm not from this town. I don't know what day it is. I don't know a place for you to roost, and I have no idea how to get to the castle.
You misunderstand, my dear lad. I'm not here to find something out from you. I'm here to help you.
You're here to help me?
Yes, I was wondering if you might be interested in some beans.
In some beans?
Yes.
What? Wait a second. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
I
I
thought so.
will take those beans.
Yes.
And I will take them back with me to my house, and I will plant them in my garden, and they will grow into a huge beanstalk, and I'll climb that beanstalk, and they'll be
Wait.
gold and jewels.
What are you talking about?
The beans. They're magic beans. And I'll plant them, and they'll grow a beanstalk.
No. These are not magic beans. These are regular old everyday beans.
Just plain old beans?
Well, of course. I had seen you standing here several days. I thought you must be getting hungry, so I was offering you beans for lunch.
Beans for lunch?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's better than turnips.
Yes, of course it is.
But I was so sure. I just knew you would be my fortune.
Well, why do you think I would bring you your fortune?
Well, for 3 days I had a dream that if I came and stood on this bridge that I would find my fortune. And I just knew that you and those beans were it.
You mean you came all this way and spent all this time standing on this bridge because of a dream?
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of strange now. But
It doesn't seem strange at all. No. It seems downright foolish. How can you be so witless as to spend all this time and effort standing on this bridge because of a dream? Dreams don't mean anything.
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of weird now.
I mean, I can't believe you'd waste all this time just because of a dream. Dreams don't mean anything. I mean, I myself have had a dream for 3 nights in a row. 3 nights in a row. That if I went to the countryside and dug in a field, I would find a pot of gold. But you don't see me rushing out there because I dreamed it.
You had a dream that you find a pot of gold and you didn't go?
Of course not. It would be absurd to think I'd find a pot of gold in a field because I dreamed it.
Well, yeah, it would be difficult to know what field to dig in.
No, not at all. No. I see this field fairly clearly in my dream. No, nothing grows in this field but turnips. Nothing but turnips as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah.
Now you're thinking sensibly. Once you decide you do want these beans, come and find me. I'll be over here.
Yeah. Turnip field! My turnip field! Oh no, the one I told my wife to sell! I gotta get back to the house!
So the farmer rushed home as quickly as he could, trying to find and see if he and his wife still owned the turnip field.
Oh, my dear! What? Are you here? Are you here? Yes. Hello. Oh, dear. Did you find your fortune? Well, almost, but I have to ask you a question. Yeah. Did you sell the field?
No, nobody wanted to buy a field that only grew turnips.
Yes! Yes, the field is still ours! Yes!
It only grows turnips still, you know.
Yeah, I know, but here, where's that shovel? Where did that shovel go? Shovel.
You find it?
Oh, here it is. Okay. Watch this.
All right.
And so the farmer began to dig. And after he dug just a little ways below the surface, he found...
Oh my goodness, there's a pot of gold!
Yes! Yes! We found our fortune! And now, dear, we're going to go out to eat. And we're going to have steak and lobster and corn and melons and... Well, you know, maybe we ought to have some turnips.
Have some turnips. I don't think I want turnips.
And so, the farmer and his wife lived happily ever after. Very, very glad they had a field that grew nothing but turnips.
And gold. Yeah.
And that's the story of the man who got rich through a dream. How was that?
Mr. Sandman.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and telling us those stories. We really enjoyed them.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You're so much more active when I tell you the story during the daytime. Normally at night, you just kind of mumble or snore a little bit or drool up the side of your mouth. That's about all I get.
And wasn't it better doing things in threes?
You're right, it was better telling three stories. I enjoyed it very much.
That's right. Well, we want to thank you guys for coming to see our show. If you want to know more about Runaway Theater, you can go to runawaytheater.com. And if you go to our website, push the resource button, and you'll find coloring sheets and puzzles that you can print out and do at home.
And more books about dreams and stories and puppetry.
That's right.
That's right.
We're also on Facebook, so you can like us on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
So we want to thank you for coming and telling us stories.
Sure.
We want to thank you for being such a great audience, and we want to thank the library for having us come in. Hope you guys have sweet dreams.
Pleasant dreams. Bye.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at NASA's new plan for space exploration. We'll find out about some of the robotic missions that will lead the way for our astronauts. And we will talk about some of the challenges of getting to and staying on other worlds. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this special edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on NASA's new exploration plans to travel to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. In recent months, NASA planners have been preparing for a new initiative that will set a pioneering vision for NASA's exploration programs. To prepare for this vision, NASA researchers are developing a step-by-step process that will enable us to reach this goal in a safe and economical way. First, by using robotic missions as a test bed, then gradually moving into human missions, NASA is paving the way for a human presence on other worlds in the next few decades. This new NASA vision will help us carry on the basic human desire to explore.
From the earliest discoverers to our modern travelers, every step taken from the known into the unknown has helped to feed this exploration instinct. One of the most important agencies ever formed to help meet this need is NASA, or the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Obviously, exploration has been one of the cornerstones of the NASA mission throughout its existence. Over the years, the talented men and women of NASA have changed our world for the better, making exciting discoveries that have not only furthered the space program, but have also transformed our daily lives here on Earth. In fact, for every dollar NASA spends in space, at least $7 is returned to the public by way of inventions and discoveries. This investment return can be seen in everyday technologies, ranging from cordless power tools, cancer research, to weather prediction. Over 30,000 inventions and discoveries have been made as a direct result of NASA's involvement.
Although NASA has done a great job pushing the envelope of exploration in space and back here on Earth, there is still much more that needs to be done. Even with great public support to reach our exploration goals, few people understand the challenges we'll face in getting to other worlds.
To help us better understand the technical and environmental problems we'll encounter, researchers will first plan to test the waters by increasing our robotic presence throughout the universe. These robotic missions will expand our knowledge base and help us focus training that will prepare humans for the next step of exploration.
Now, to help us understand how this will work, Jennifer Pulley spoke with Mark Saunders at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
The history of the space program is very impressive. Since its beginnings in 1958, NASA has grown to be one of the most revolutionary agencies in recorded history. With President Kennedy's goal to reach the moon by the end of the 1960s,
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
and with the backing of the American public, technologies that would have seemed impossible in earlier years were being developed and perfected in record time. This drive and determination has never left the agency. Today, a new generation of researchers are gearing up for the next big step: crewed missions back to the moon, to Mars, and beyond. However, major challenges await. Questions of crew safety, medical concerns, the need for new technology development, and a host of other issues make this goal very daunting. To lead the way, robotic missions are being planned that can give researchers a better idea of what human crews can expect in space. I spoke with Mark Saunders at NASA Langley Research Center to help us understand how these robotic missions will work.
Our robotic missions are actually precursors to what it is that we're trying to accomplish with humans. They're the probes that we're sending out to help us understand what it is that we're getting to when we send people there. They're testing new systems, collecting data about what's actually happening on the planet's surface as well as the atmospheres. We want to make sure that we understand this to the maximum extent so that we're always sending humans in a safe way.
So Mark, what is the definition of a robotic mission?
People think of robots in many different ways, and those of us in the agency actually do that as well. We're making spacecraft. You know, as an example, the Hubble Space Telescope is a robotic spacecraft. It's actually very smart, but we talk to it a lot with people on the ground that kind of tell it what to do on a periodic basis, usually in terms of minutes. But as you get robots that are going farther out into the solar system, they need to really operate a lot on their own because it takes a long time for us to talk to them. So radio waves go out there and it's hours before we hear back from them. So they're actually operating pretty much by themselves.
What can we expect from robotic missions in the next few years?
As all of us have been watching, the Mars exploration rovers have been doing a great job on Mars. Cassini is at Saturn with its Huygens probe. We're planning the next series of missions, both for scientific purposes, as well as to prepare us to send people on to the moon and then on to Mars.
The first of these planned robotic missions will be going back to the moon. The goal is to have these robots pave the way for humans by mapping the lunar surface, surveying potential landing sites, and searching for water ice. Now, tapping into water ice could be very important because human explorers could not only convert it into oxygen and hydrogen for breathing, but they could also use the gases to produce rocket propellant for future missions to Mars. In short, these robotic missions will allow NASA planners to design the needed equipment for astronauts to live and work on the moon, while also helping them prepare for future missions to Mars.
One of our biggest concerns is always making sure that our missions are as reasonably safe as possible for the human, as the human participates in it. So when we send out robotic missions to the moon and to Mars, we're trying to understand what the moon and Mars represent in terms of their environmental conditions, what they're made of, are there any elements there, both in the atmosphere on Mars or on the surface of the moon, that might have some toxic properties, and as well as their physical characteristics, their composition, so that we understand when we build a human spacecraft to go with humans in it, that the system that we send is compatible with the environment that it's going to be in. So that's one major point. The second point is that, like the explorers of old, to the degree that we can use resources that we find, we want to be able to use those resources to help sustain them. And doing this, by the way, reduces the cost. So although it may cost us some to develop the technologies now, when we go, if they don't have to take stuff, it's, we don't have to pay to get it off the surface, and we're not paying to get water off the surface if we can find water there.
So is most of the technology already developed?
Technology is actually the key to what it is that we're trying to do. New technologies will enable us to be more efficient in how we go, allow us to actually take lighter weight systems, cheaper systems, more reliable, safer systems, so that the overall cost to the American taxpayer is dramatically less than the Apollo program.
And we've discussed going to the moon, going to Mars. What other destinations do you foresee for robotic missions?
Obviously, asteroids. And everybody's familiar with asteroids. We certainly have quite a few disaster movies around them. But there are a lot of scientists and engineers who believe that asteroids have the potential for resources that we might actually mine and use. And so one other destination are asteroids. What our strategy is to begin to make small steps towards the moon, to Mars, and then on to destinations beyond that. So we're going to gradually, over the next decades, push our human exploration beyond the boundaries as our robotic explorers find out new things about what's interesting out there.
Coming up, we'll find out about some of the major challenges facing astronauts on long-duration missions. But first, did you know a special robot is being designed to work primarily outside a spacecraft on extravehicular activities, or EVAs? The Robonaut will not be autonomous. Astronauts inside the spacecraft will use virtual reality display technology to visually immerse themselves in the robot's workspace while remaining safe inside the spacecraft.
As we all know, traveling into space, even on short missions, is a very difficult endeavor. But the complexity increases dramatically when planning for missions that last for months or years at a time. With current predictions of crewed travel to Mars lasting at least 3 years, NASA researchers must find a way to prepare our astronauts for long missions. To help us understand some of the challenges future astronauts will face, Tonya St. Romain spoke with Orlando Figueroa at NASA headquarters to find out more.
Since the early 1960s, the general public has accepted space travel as almost commonplace. Moon missions, shuttle flights, and trips to the International Space Station have helped us learn about the challenges of traveling into space. But with new exploration missions to Mars and beyond, different and possibly even more challenging problems will need to be overcome. Just the journey to Mars will require a new way of thinking about spaceflight. New vehicles need to be developed, and the crew's physiological concerns such as radiation exposure, bone loss, and food storage need to be addressed before the mission can be undertaken. To help find out more about some of these challenges, I spoke with Orlando Figueroa at NASA headquarters.
Some of the major challenges in getting crews, human beings to another world, deal with the environment of space. I mean, not only is it very difficult to get them on their way to the new world, but the radiation environment that they're going to be exposed to, the duration of those flights. Other than the moon, most destinations in the solar system are pretty far away, so they're going to spend several months in the process. They also need to carry a significant amount of resources, water, food, to be able to live in space, and they're in confined spaces where they need to exercise and to keep their body healthy. We on Earth have to be able to keep track of their health. You know, how are they doing? What happens if they get sick? So an enormous number of challenges that we have to overcome before we're ready to take that step.
Orlando, give me an idea of what the proposed spacecraft might look like.
The proposed spacecraft to take the humans in their journey through space are just, as we speak, being designed. They're called crew exploration vehicles, vehicles designed to be able to carry on board a number of astronauts and have all of the equipment necessary, the food and other equipment for them to be able to go on their journey. Now, they are similar in shape perhaps to some that we observed during the Apollo era. Bigger, much greater capability, and new rockets that are being developed to take them into space. Once in space, the system they're going to be using for propulsion will rely upon chemical, combination of nuclear energy and or chemical. This type of technologies that are being developed as we speak.
Using current rocket technology, it would take at least 6 months to get to Mars. In order to cut back on that time, NASA researchers are looking at new methods of propulsion that would greatly reduce trip duration. One of the most promising plans, called Project Prometheus, could cut this travel time to about 2 months. A Prometheus spacecraft would use nuclear propulsion rather than chemical propulsion to increase speeds to distant worlds. The nuclear option would make a crewed Mars mission much easier because it would reduce the need to carry so much food, fuel, and oxygen. Nuclear power would also mean that Martian launch windows would be longer, allowing a more flexible choice of launch and return times, leading to a crewed landing mission that could last as little as 3 or 4 months, as opposed to the current projection of about 3 years. Another concern is the crew's exposure to radiation when they're in space. So how will the vehicle protect them from the radiation that's in space?
Well, space has a certain level of radiation that can get significantly worse if they are exposed to solar emissions. You have a solar ejection. These are highly charged particles that are traveling incredibly fast through space. On Earth, we have the benefit of having a magnificent magnetic field that provides great protection against that radiation of those particles. In space, you're fully exposed. So clearly, we need to worry about the design of a spacecraft and make certain that it provides a certain amount of shielding or a combination of materials that can increase the stoppage ability on those particles. It cannot be 100% effective, so you also need a way to predict when such a coronal mass ejections may come through, to give them some adequate warning and perhaps have the astronauts move to a safer area in the spacecraft to protect themselves. So it's a combination of systems and prediction and other capabilities that would make it much safer.
Will being in microgravity for long periods of time be detrimental to the astronauts?
In space, there is no gravity, of course, or very limited gravity. So your bones are not needed for the same purpose or to the same strength that you would need them here on Earth. Likewise, your muscles. You don't need to exert as much pressure or force in order to move around. You're not fighting gravity. So therefore, you also tend to lose muscle mass. So but obviously, once you get to the destination, you're going to need that, again, not necessarily fits to Mars. It's about half of the gravity of Earth, so you wouldn't need as much. Nevertheless, you need a certain amount of strength and muscle mass to be able to move around and be healthy. So part of a challenge is to define techniques, skills, equipment, etc., that allow the astronauts to remain healthy and to protect their bone and muscle mass to do the journey and return back to Earth, because we have to worry about bringing them back when they're done. A strong element of a vision for space exploration is this combination of humans and machines working together. To learn about a new world, normally we begin the process by sending robots that explore and understand the environment from a science perspective as well as from an engineering and safety perspective. Where would humans go to do further scientific research and explore this new world? Now, it is a daunting task right now for us to develop all the capabilities that will take us there. And because of that, we're taking a stepwise approach. We're going first to the moon, where we're going to bring capabilities, develop technologies, develop the knowledge and the necessary for humans to survive in that environment for a long period of time. And from there, then start graduating, if you will, to Mars as the next target where we can start proving the scientific theories and explore this new world, and then move on beyond. That's what the vision for space exploration is all about. We in NASA are incredibly excited about the opportunities that the vision for space exploration are bringing forth. And who knows what we may discover, who knows what we may learn.
Coming up, we'll find out what some of the challenges will be for actually living and working on other worlds. But first, did you know that the early days of flight had its share of challenges as well? For example, on May 14, 1918, the U.S. Post Office released the first stamps commemorating airmail delivery, which were scheduled to begin the next day. Unfortunately, the plane pictured on the stamp, the J-4 Jenny, was mistakenly printed upside down. During the inaugural flight, Airman George Boyle had problems from the start, eventually crashing his Jenny into a Maryland cornfield. Scrambling from his plane, he stood looking at it, lying upside down, exactly as the inverted stamps had predicted.
The prospect of living and working on other worlds is very exciting, but there are many questions that need to be answered before this vision can become a reality. Food concerns, radiation exposure, spacesuits that can withstand the rigors placed upon them, and a host of other problems are concerns for NASA planners. Johnny Alonso spoke with Lisa Guerra at NASA headquarters to find out how it works.
In the late 60s and early 70s, researchers at NASA learned quite a bit about living and working on other worlds with the success of the Apollo moon landings. These missions helped broaden our understanding of how humans could work and interact outside of the comforts of Earth. But even though much was learned about problems astronauts would face on other worlds, the human presence on the moon was relatively short, generally only a few days at a time. Future missions to Mars will be much longer, potentially lasting years at a time. Things that many of us take for granted, such as food, clothing, medical care, and safety, will be some of the biggest challenges that need to be addressed by NASA planners. To help us understand what is being done to prepare for these long-duration missions, I spoke with Lisa Guerra at NASA headquarters to find out how it works.
The major challenge to live and work on other worlds is predominantly adapting to a new environment. The crews will be coming to these new worlds, and the one we've been looking at in particular is Mars, and have to arrive and adapt to the environment. And that environment on Mars involves a third of our Earth's gravity, as well as different weather patterns, dust storms, which we are particularly concerned with, radiation, which we have to measure and understand how to protect the crews against. And in particular, these crews will be traveling for long distances from Earth to Mars, and we will have to have the crews fend for themselves once they get there. There will not be hosts of doctors and NASA personnel when they arrive, and so are they physically able to adapt to this environment as soon as they get there.
So when our astronauts arrive at Mars, will they have to build permanent bases, or could they just live on the spacecraft that they arrive in?
Whether they live in their spacecraft or we would have to have a more permanent habitat for them would depend on how long they would stay at Mars. And there are two different approaches to sending crews to Mars. One involves a short stay, and that's on the length of about 30 days on the surface of Mars. If that's how long they would be there, they could probably live out of their spacecraft, much like the Apollo astronauts did. However, if we take the other approach to going to Mars, they could be there for almost 500 days, from a year to 500 days in Mars vicinity. And in that case, it's a very long time for 6 people to live out of one spacecraft, so we would probably have a larger habitat and presence on the surface. It would also mean we'd probably need other power sources than solar power, because they'd have to sustain their activities for such a long period of time. And with the weather and dust conditions, it makes solar power very difficult on Mars.
So, Lisa, when astronauts are on Mars for years at a time, how would they get their food and water?
As I mentioned, if they could stay for over a year, ideally you could use some of the resources that might be on Mars. And with our current Mars robotic program, we are trying to determine the levels of potential water or water ice on the planet. And if we do find sources in large quantities of water, we could use that for the crews, as well as use it in fuel cells for power generation. We could also use the atmosphere, which is made up predominantly of carbon dioxide, and you could use methods to decompose the carbon dioxide into oxygen, and then we could use that oxygen for the spacecraft air. As far as food goes, again, if you have water and oxygen, you could ultimately see the crews developing their own growth chambers and actually growing their own food. And that would be something we'd look into if we were staying there for a long time.
What are some of the differences astronauts might face, working on the moon compared to working on Mars?
The difference between spending and occupying time on the moon to Mars, first and foremost, is that the moon is much closer to the Earth, about a 3-day trip. We could actually rescue the crews if necessary. They could come back and get medical care. They would not have to be as self-sufficient, and you could set up like a ferry system with logistics, much like we do with the space station. So again, the crews could operate for varying amounts of time, but still be reliant on the Earth. Whereas the distance to Mars is so much greater, we'd have to build the reliability and maintainability into our systems and have the crews be much more self-sufficient. Right now, NASA is planning to use the moon as a test bed for Mars. This would be primarily a systems-type test bed, design some of these life support systems and spacesuits, and use them and work them on the moon and learn from that engineering experience, and then improve the design for Mars.
One major challenge that will need to be addressed will be what type of spacesuit our astronauts will wear on other worlds. The current suits used on the shuttle and in the space station work well, but they are not designed for full range motions like walking and working on a planetary surface. So future suits will probably look more like the suits that were used during the Apollo program. These new suits will need to be much more durable and better suited for the harsh conditions astronauts will encounter on other worlds.
The other issue, though, with spacesuits for Mars is the dust issue. The dust tends to be very electrostatic, And there are concerns that if you came into the habitat or the airlock with your suit, that dust would get circulated into the air system. So there are concepts being developed where maybe the suit never comes into your habitat, that you actually step out of it, like walk out from the back of your suit into your habitat, and the suit's always exposed to the environment. We're looking at this as not just a milestone, but a journey to actually get beyond Earth orbit, to get beyond the moon and go to other worlds. And so everything we do today and everything we expect to do in the next couple of decades will give us a capability to enable us to get to Mars. And it may not be within my career, but it may be the young engineers in school today, that they will see it through, and the next generation and the next generation.
So that's how it works. So for the next generation of explorers, a walk on Mars might be in the cards. With my pull here at NASA, I just might see you there.
That's it for this edition of Destination Tomorrow. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild.
See the arm?
Yeah, that's the
That is
baby?
the baby, yeah.
Oh my
See the
gosh,
baby?
I was thinking tinier.
We are very careful that the message and conservation of the environment and the biodiversity here in Sabah goes to the children, to the future generations.
I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
Sandwiched between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans, the island of Borneo is a long way from the United States. Over 8,000 miles from the California coast, in fact. This third largest island in the world is about twice the size of the state of Montana and is rich in biodiversity. Borneo supports a variety of wildlife, around 220 species of mammals, over 600 bird species, reptiles, amphibians, and some of the world's rarest primates, including the great ape we're here to see, the orangutan. Borneo is an island in transition, made up of 3 different countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. Progress and advancement have historically clashed with nature, destroying forests, reducing lands and important habitat for wildlife. But here, the Malaysians are discovering that coexistence is possible. Thrilling as it is to be in Borneo, the drive to Danum Valley Conservation Area begins like any long drive, longer than expected. But neither the crew nor I mind, because on our journey to see orangutans, we pass a lot of other Bornean wildlife. Hornbills, snakes, and then an amazing surprise. Oh, you can hear some more coming down. Bornean pygmy elephants. Oh, their feet, you can see the trees moving, feeding, bathing, eating, messing around. Little baby over here. Smallest species of elephant that there is in the world. Females, probably no bigger than 6 or 7 feet. Males, no bigger than 8 feet. Listen to that. Listen to that. A little bit of trumpeting, a little bit of social stuff going on. There are estimated to be less than 1,500 Bornean pygmy elephants left in the wild. And to literally round a curve and come upon this endangered species like we did was beyond incredible. So we just heard some trumpeting.
Yeah.
Did they basically
that's
say
warning.
it's time to go?
Yeah, it's time to go.
Look at that. That is so cool.
They can sense there's something wrong.
The matriarch just probably trumpeted. We heard some trumpeting. And she said, time to go. We take that as our cue to roll, too. Our 4.5-hour drive to the lodge is taking us twice as long. But to see this much wildlife before we even get to the lodge is so worth the time. Borneo in the day is one thing. Just imagine what creeps around after dark. This is a night walk where you can find the coolest critters that are out at night. These are all the nocturnal critters of Borneo. We certainly have seen some amazing animals during the day, so I am really excited about seeing what we can find tonight. So cool. One of the first species of frog we run across is a harlequin flying frog. Borneo has the most species of flying animals than any other place in the world. And if anybody ever believed that a frog could fly, this would be it. This guy uses these sticky little feet when he lands on a tree, but he uses these great rear feet and the amount of skin that's in between them as a way to help him glide through the trees. Look at all that. All right, let's let you go. There you go, buddy. Good job. Let's go look for more stuff. This would be cool. What'd you find? A mouse deer. I want to see. Yeah. Now, is this the smallest species of deer on Borneo?
Yes.
These guys are only active at night?
They're active at night.
Because I certainly didn't see any during the day.
No, they're active at night, yeah. So the larger species is the sambar, and this is the smaller.
Oh, there he goes. Let's go find some more stuff. We found the coolest animal that there is on board. Okay, maybe right after the orangutan, or maybe the pygmy elephant, but this little guy called a tarsier. is a small primate, but it's made up of the parts of every other animal that you could think of. It's got the ears of a bat with really cool ridges on the inside to help it hear better. It's got the eyes of an owl. It's huge for the size of its body. It's got the tail of a rat, a little hairless thing. It's got the hands and feet of a frog because it hangs onto the trees so tightly. And it's got the fur of a primate. The coolest little animal, just only about this big. So cute. It's been a day and night full of Bornean wildlife, much more than we expected. But it's time for us non-nocturnal animals to head off to bed. We have a full day ahead of us tomorrow. An exciting day in our search for orangutans. Look at this. The bugs here, look at that, pill bug, are just like amazing in size. These guys eat the leaf litter, and they're the ones, they digest it, and out the other end comes nutrient-rich soil. Without these guys and all the other bugs that are around here, you wouldn't see any of the trees, you wouldn't see any of the other animals up here. It's all about the bugs. These are the most important guys, right here. It's a bug. We've gotten word that the trackers have located one of the orangutans, and right now what we're hearing is that it's a mom with a baby. I'm hoping that it's an orangutan that they've been tracking for a while. They've been following some for the entire length of the project for about 10 years now, so I'm really excited to get out there and take a look at the mom and the baby. When translated, orangutan literally means person of the forest. And as we trek deeper into the woods, I feel like a true person of the forest myself.
Here we go. The bridge over Borneo.
This is so gorgeous. Oh my God.
Look at those trees there.
Yeah.
On the left.
Hey, don't swing the bridge.
You gotta be quick because the elephants are coming.
Not sure whether or not Sed's joking. I move off that bridge pretty quickly. But not too long after, we see them.
So agile. And they know where to grab and they know when to...
See, that's what's remarkable. They're making those decisions like before they leave. Yeah, and you know, I'm just like, I'm just gonna go there, and I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go here, and I happen to be 100 feet up in the air with no net. Their ability to climb, swing from branch to branch, and balance is really amazing. But orangutans are known for more than just their physical agility. I will bet that I could not find anybody who has worked with orangutans that would not tell you that they are thinking, reasoning, and scheming. So it's really fun to be able to know some orangutans and yet come out here and see them in the wild and really realize why they need those skills. Survival in the wild is not easy. Bornean orangutans eat an amazing variety of foods. Fruits, leaves, bark, flowers, nuts, and occasionally insects and even small mammals. Females can weigh a little over 100 pounds and males up to 200 pounds. This endangered species can live to be 50 years old. So that ability to reason and scheme is key when it comes to figuring out how to survive in the wild. And it makes for some amusing observations back home, too.
Orangutans are amazing mimics. One of our keepers came and was interacting with one of our females, and she was blowing her lots of kisses, mwah, mwah, mwah. And the orangutan just watched her and watched her. And that keeper came back about 3 days later, and the first thing the orangutan did was at her.
Watching the orangutans has been lots of fun for Sed and me, but I figured we intruded on their privacy for long enough. Well, you know what? Maybe we should just leave them be for a little while. Okay. After all, it's been several hours since we arrived, so we hit the trail. But suddenly, I have a feeling we're not alone. See?
Yeah.
Are they following us?
Well, I can see the mom then, baby. Look at it.
Wait a minute, we said we were going to leave them alone and they came after us? That is too cool.
I think they're just saying, please don't go.
Yeah. But it's time to move on. We have a long trek back to the lodge and then a long drive to our next destination, the Kinabatangan River. And little did I know what was in store for us along the way. Steady rains had made for some slippery traveling, but still, there are some beautiful sights to see. And on our way, we make a scheduled stop to visit InfraPro, a program that's really making a difference in Borneo's conservation efforts. Hi,
Hi,
I'm Julie.
I'm Bakar. I'm one of the rangers. in
One of the
this place.
rangers. That's awesome. You know, the reforestation project is really, really interesting. And this is kind of amazing to me right here, all the different types of seeds.
Yes, this is one of the different type of species, but all of the species is commercial species.
They're all commercial. Oh, so these are all logged.
Yes, we call dipterocarps.
They're all dipterocarps. So, but you take the seeds and start the new plants again after you've cut down some areas?
Yes.
Well, by now, I'm sure you can see how important the forest is to Borneo's wildlife and the overall health of the island. Dipterocarp trees are a crucial part of the environment, and there are several species on the island. After trees are cut for logging or development, replanting is imperative for the survival of the forest and the island's wildlife. And that's exactly what Bakar does. Your job is to replant all the different varieties of trees. That is pretty incredible. How many different varieties do you think there are?
So about 24 for the different species.
24? God. The name dipterocarp is what you guys pronounce. Is di comes from two, and isn't taro wings, and then carp is seed.
Yeah.
So it's got 2 wings on the seed. But that's a great way, you know, for the forest. The trees are so tall that they can actually use that to disperse their seeds. So instead of an animal dispersing the seeds, the wind would disperse the seeds. So can we go see what you do with the seeds?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
All
Here we go.
So how old are these guys right now?
It's about 2 months.
2 months from a seed?
Yeah, from the seed.
You grow things a lot better than I do at home. The program started in 1992, and since that time, they've accomplished a lot. That's pretty incredible, replanting the forest with the same native species that were there prior to them being logged.
Yeah.
And how many total seedlings do you have and are going to be replanted?
Somewhere around.
How many?
It's about almost 2 million of seeds.
2 million,
2 million
seeds
yes,
you have planted. That, you have done a good job. That's awesome. It's more than awesome. InfraPro and Bakar are literally saving orangutans and other wildlife by providing a sustainable habitat for them to live in. And they're proving that animals can survive and thrive in secondary forests. The more time I spend in Borneo, the more hopeful I am about the future of this species. Very cool, a rhinoceros beetle. This guy is one of the largest species of beetle in the world. And this is a male because his horns are so much larger than the females. This guy is incredible. They fight with other rhinoceros beetles, with the other males. They use those horns for that. It's amazing. Amazing to find him right here. The Kinabatangan River is teeming with wildlife, and we take advantage of one of the best ways to get an up-close look at some of the amazing animals here. All right, we finally found our proboscis monkeys. They're up there in the tree, and proboscis monkeys are just so cool. They're only found here in Borneo, kind of along the freshwater swamps along the river here, and it's an animal that is unlike any other primate that you've ever seen. The long, big noses. The males have the longest ones that you've ever seen, and they make this resonating sound out of it. And the females obviously like it because those are the ones they pick to be their mates. It's a harem system. So basically, one male will have a lot of different females, and they'll all hang out together. The male will protect the females. And about half of these females have offspring, so this guy has been pretty productive over the last few months. The babies are good news because the proboscis monkey is an endangered species, experiencing the same challenges as the orangutan and other Bornean wildlife, primarily loss of habitat. But recent changes are making a difference. Conservationists are finding that by engaging local residents and helping them truly appreciate the natural treasures they have in their own backyard, these same people are more apt to care about what happens to animals who share their space and their home. Local people are employed as field, what would you call that then if they're not a biologist?
Field researchers.
Field researcher. Because they have so much knowledge of the local, the forests and the animals in it along the Kinapatangan River here.
And our challenge is to often to I suppose, identify these people living in around the villages, bring them on board, give them a job first of all, and I suppose the kind of income that they can earn is much more compared to what they may earn if they were just sort of hanging around doing something else, yeah? So I think these opportunities plus the prospect of a career, to even develop that career. So coming in as a daily paid assistant, to coming in as a field assistant, to a field researcher is a good career path.
And some see the work as much more than a career path.
But then there must be some others who also see that in as much as they are here, they should be part of the solutions. They should be part of giving hope to others to understand that we've changed the land dramatically, but there is hope for the species that survive because the governments are not totally irresponsible. There's still some sense of responsibility in setting aside some parts of the swamps. And in fact, we know that the Kinabatangan has now been gazetted as a wildlife sanctuary. That means there is that commitment. And I think people want to lend themselves to that commitment to make it happen.
One of the groups committed to making it happen is the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project. For over 10 years, these dedicated researchers have worked with both local residents and government to protect and study orangutans in their natural habitat.
We try to do as much as we can. So first we conduct some scientific research, ecological research. We understand how they live in this kind of environment, secondary forests where they mostly occur, and we try to see if they can survive in those forests in the long term and what can be done in terms of reforestation to help their long-term survival. We also work with the government in terms of protection of those forests. We have a team of wildlife wardens who are people from the village who are trained and given the responsibility by the government to protect this area. So they have the legal powers to arrest illegal loggers, poachers, and it's a program we've been working on for the past 7 years, and it's working very well with about 17 people in this area patrolling almost on a daily basis.
It seems the key really is to create a strong connection between people and their environment. And this project believes in starting this process at an early age, with children's programs to help teach the kids about their surroundings.
Jadi, maksud dia ada 2 kawasan, maksud dia kita ada berapa spesies orangutan di seluruh dunia.
Ecotourism is playing a big part in orangutan conservation too. When people see these animals up close, it makes a difference, not only just for tourists. Even people that work with these animals every day feel a strong sense of connection here.
I've been in the zoo business for a long time, 34 years or so, and to see a great ape in the wild for the first time, it was just incredible.
Well, I kind of had to keep pinching myself because it has been a goal of mine for a long time now to come here, a dream of mine. And so I really kind of had to keep telling myself, oh my gosh, look where you are. Look at these trees, look at these mountains, look at the clouds. You're actually here. Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild and to see them actually, living in these amazing trees.
And this newfound connection to Borneo will be transported back to the U.S. One place specifically, Tampa Bay, Florida.
I'm not only going to take back just the amazing experience that I've had and use it to try to impart the experience and the just sheer amazingness of the rainforest and the animals to help our keeper staff, but also to spread that message to the guests that come to Busch Gardens so that we can make those choices and really help to save orangutans in the wild.
We look at opportunities, and the opportunity is one can manage tropical rainforests to produce wood and to save wildlife. and as a place that tourists would like to come to and see that wildlife. And if we think in that way and don't get bogged down with all the problems, I think we're onto a good thing in the future.
The Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project is doing a fantastic job in research, education, protection, and connecting people with orangutans and their habitat. It's definitely a project well worth supporting.
Busch Gardens has funded KOCP over 10 years ago, and Seawolf Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has continued to do that. They made dramatic progress. I think one of the takeaways I'll bring back from Borneo is that when I came here, it seemed that most of the publicity suggests that orangutans have a very grim chance of survival. But after being here and seeing the people that are really doing research on the animals, who are working with the government to try to manage forests better than they are, the involvement of the community in conservation, I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
I think so too. And our next stop will show you how adamantly the people here are working to help save the orangutan. These trees are really, really special. Dipterocarp trees, which are some of the tallest species of trees in the world. The Bornean forest is really unique. It's different from the African rainforest. It's different from the Amazon. You've got more flying species, and I call them flying with quotations because basically they're either flying or gliding species in the Bornean rainforest than you do anywhere else in the world. We've been in Borneo a little over a week, and one thing that really stands out to me, no matter where we visit, modern cities like Sandakan, smaller villages along the river, or more remote locations like Danum Valley. Jacuzzi pool, I think I found the right spot. I'm going for it. There is a growing sense of the benefits of balance, and nowhere is this more affirming than at the Sepalak Wildlife Rescue Center. We pull in just before 8 a.m., about the same time as the school bus. Avery, how many are in there right now? 5. I can't tell. 5. That is adorable. Every morning they get to go in the wheelbarrow. Do you call that something?
Yeah, school bus.
This is the school bus. How old are most of these animals?
They're around 3 to 5 years old.
The little one. Can you, do you call them names?
Yes, they have their own names.
Rubin. Swan Rubin. Galang.
Oh, the big guy. Look at that. So this is where they get their exercise for a little while, huh? Hi. Look at this. Right away they go at climbing. Each orangutan here at Sepalak has its own story of why they were abandoned or orphaned. And although being with their mother is certainly the best scenario, Sepalak is a great alternative when that's not possible. Orangutan offspring stay with their mom for between 6 and 8 years, and she devotes full-time attention to each one as they're learning how to survive in the forest. So as far as the food, we fed milk and banana. Is there other things that you feed when they're young, or does that sustain them?
We also give them multivitamin supply because I think that's very, very important for them to have all these mineral supplies and some multivitamin because it builds their health. When they're put together in a very small space, as in this rehab center, they tend to catch diseases easily from each other. So these are the things that's very important.
Another vital key to good health is exercise. And these guys have a great outdoor area to climb and play. This actually helps them develop the skills they'll need once they're released into the wild, which is the ultimate goal. So who designed the jungle gym?
Who designed it? Of course, us at the center. But it's good for the orangutans because they can progress from the lower ones to the higher ones. And we can see their progress. And we design it in such a way that it's a circular system, so they can do their rounds and then come back, and we'll see. This is especially designed for the babies below 3 years, so they can get familiarized among themselves and also practice the grabbing.
They do a lot for the orangutans at Sepalak. So while I'm here, I figure I can lend a hand too. They may not get hand-bathed like the orangutans at Sepulak, but the orangutans at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay are fortunate to have lots of room to climb at their new habitat, Jungala.
Well, Jungala has a lot of vertical space, which is exactly what orangutans need. They're arboreal animals, and so they've been using the vines to climb across and also use their hammocks to make nests like they would in the wild.
The trip to Borneo certainly inspired me, and I know it changed April and Dr. Olson as well.
The Borneo trip was really an incredible experience for both April and myself. I think the thing that most affected me was seeing some of the individuals working so hard with conservation efforts with orangutans and the habitat there. The involvement of the community and how many people were truly involved, very dedicated to conserving the species and habitat.
Our trip to Borneo, if anything, inspired me to be more dedicated about orangutan conservation. Seeing them in Borneo, seeing them in the forest, meeting the people that are actually doing conservation work over there, it just helped me to know that I can make a difference and that everybody can make a difference.
Borneo definitely changed us all, and I'm encouraged by the people, programs, and government that are definitely working together to save the orangutan, other wildlife species, and the forests they call home.
After being here at the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project, I really realized how important it is for us to support research through our SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Now they're able to look at the disturbed forests, knowing that reforestation projects work and that orangutans will be able to move back into those areas, which is huge for the amount of land and the resources that the orangutans need in order to be able to survive into the future.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
So she sees all of us.
Good afternoon. This is the LaVergne Library Board meeting for March 10th, 2025. It is 5 p.m. and we'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. And I guess first order of business is to approve the minutes from the January 13th, 2025 regular meeting. And you have those in your packets. You want to have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We'll move on to the order of business. The first item is the library fire system replacement. And do you want to start with this, or?
Chairman Green, you are very,
Since I got the quote.
very aware of what we're doing here. So I would like to defer to you to talk.
So that's what this quote is. Bruce wanted it to be an emergency purchase. That's our city administrator. Since it is a fire panel and it is a public building and it is our beautiful library. So they are going to do a budget amendment for this into Donna's current year budget to pay for this. And I believe it's scheduled to start being installed in
March 24th.
24th, yep.
March 24th through the 28th.
Yep.
They will be in.
Yep, so you can look through there and see all the various pieces and parts, but it's basically replacing everything, all the fire pools, all the strobes, the sirens, the panel, the sensors that for the air units and the water sprinklers and everything like that. So that's really more of a, I guess, an FYI, that something that has to happen and is going to happen.
Correct. And if you'll look on page 7 of the 12 pages, that shows the payment schedule. And it was appreciated that Bruce put this on as an emergency purchase and that we're able to push this through. I know the Board of Mayor and Aldermen were contacted to let them know that this would be going on through and that it will be on April's agenda for our ratification, I believe.
Yeah.
So payment 1 is 50% of the proposal due upon acceptance, and that was $10,968.46. And then payment 2 was a little less, $10,968.45. Just to say, Glenn has such a great rapport with Turner Security. They are fantastic. They come out, they take care of things, and they don't go overboard. If it's not needed, they will not do that. They will quote just what's needed and will take care of things. So does anyone have any questions about it?
I have
Yes.
one question. I was looking at the list of parts and services and things, and there's a mention here of surge protection. I don't know if does that unit protect us from future brownouts and things like that? Like, is it a true power conditioner, or are we at risk that?
Which one
That was page 5.
Yeah, I was looking at where it has.
on page 5 or 6.
Et cetera. I'm just curious
That is
if
going
there's
to
any
be-
provision for that.
That is only going to be protection for the panel itself.
Okay,
It's
got
not
it.
for the building.
Okay.
Yep.
And the notifier panel is what took the brunt of the brownout, blackout. And of course, we had to put in, Turner came and did this before for us in August, but they used our existing to try to save us some money just to get us up and going with the fire alarm system. And so we appreciate that, but yes, I knew Glenn would know more about what that was.
So the budget amendment, they added the funds to the library budget from another city account so that it didn't have to
Right,
take
this
away?
will come out of the general fund, and it will be a budget amendment.
Excellent.
And so we will see this at the end of the budget year, that it will be amended into our account.
Good.
Because we recently spent $17,000 for a new rooftop HVAC. So our extra funds were pretty low. And so they will do a budget amendment.
Excellent.
All right, any other questions on that? Next is the outdoor library sign repair and software upgrade. And you have a picture of that in here.
And again, I'm going to defer to you,
To
Glenn.
me on that one. So you've seen the sign out there. It's not been working for quite a while. When Verizon sold their service to another company, their billboard display service. And so we got to investigating and found that the company that originally won the bid was still in business, and they're here in Nashville. And so they quoted us a very good price, of $1,750, to come out and get this operational again, and then $350 a year for basically the cellular connection and the software that you use to program it. So we thought that was a no-brainer on that, and it's in your easy budget. So
Yes, we did have that in our budget.
yeah. So that I believe last we heard there should be out this week or next. I believe, right?
I believe it's this week.
This week, yeah.
Yes, they're
Yeah,
going to
so-
try to be out probably Wednesday or Thursday. They feel like they can do it possibly in a day, maybe 2 days. And then you'll start seeing more of our bright signs up, talking about our programs. They're great for when we have closures due to inclement weather, things of this sort. And the good thing, before we had to play with the displays that we created on like PowerPoint or Publisher. Now they allow Canva, and the library has a Canva account. And so look forward to some great, beautiful displays. We look forward to that. And it will be two-sided on both sides, and it duplicates.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if anybody ever remembers when it was working, but it was great when it worked.
Yes.
Had the time and everything, and you could put all your stuff up there. So looking forward to getting that back.
Yeah, the widgets were wonderful. We had like a time widget, and I think we even had a weather.
A weather one.
Weather
Yep.
at the temp widget.
All right. Any questions on that? All right. The curbside book return bin. That's all you? I don't know
Right.
anything other than what it says it is right here.
I'm excited. It looks like we're just spending. But of course, we are getting close to the end of the budget year. I do want to say the library is very good about how we spend our money. We try to be very careful about it so that we can have a balanced budget at the end of the year. And this has been in the budget. If you've noticed, we had put in a concrete pad where there used to be a muddy, grassy area where people would walk across to put their books into the book drop that's located on the side of the building. I have been waiting for this particular book return to get back in stock, and it has. It's the Kingsley 50 series, C-Series, Outdoor Returns. It does come with one cart that is movable. We can roll it in, unload the books or videos, and bring it back out. This will be bolted into the concrete, so we're excited about that. The one drawback is that where we've had to put it, if you come in through the front entrance, it will be on the passenger side.
Oh.
So if you have a passenger, pass your books to them and they can put it in. You can also curve around carefully, not hitting any pedestrians, and pull up so that you can put your books in. And I like that it extends out. There was one that was a really pretty color, but it was flat and not what we needed. So I feel really good about this one. It will hold, I'm going to quote this wrong, 350 books and like 600 videos if they were separate. overnight or over a weekend, we would not receive that many. It's just going to be very helpful. And we will check it periodically throughout the day. I just think it's going to be a great addition to our library. It is coming in the sandstone that will match our library. And we had book return, just like it's showing there, put on it. They had library returns, but we weren't real sure what all we would get. So we wanted to put book return on there. Again, there's a possibility that we may have something different put in, but we will watch for that. Do you have any questions about the book return, Ben?
Will that be on camera surveillance also?
It is. It will be caught on camera.
Question.
Yes.
That's a good question.
Yes, our camera catches that area where cars pull up.
So any
It's a good
vandalism
question.
you can see? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Questions or comments? All right, we will move on to the preliminary 2025-2026 library budget.
Okay. This is very preliminary. We are in beginning budget talks now. I've met with our new finance director, Danielle, and we have gone over our general fund budget. So I'm just going to give you a few of the changes. There may be more, and I will bring this back to you in the May library board meeting. So for right now, all of the yellow areas we do not have control over. That will come from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen as far as our wages, the insurance, the retirement. All of those numbers will be populated by our Board of Mayor and Aldermen. If you go down, starting with line item 148, this is the employee education and training. We had $350 in there. We have had $350 in there for a long time. And that does not go a long way. We try to do a lot of the free webinars that the American Library Association gives us, but I have some staff members that I've been wanting to get certified in certain areas, and I have to give a shout out to Lauren McGowan. She just recently received her certification on basic cataloging through the American Library Association, and this is a big deal. Tammy had been our sole cataloger, and now Lauren is also there and learning the tricks of the trade. And so we're very excited about that.
Great.
We want to extend those certifications, there's a lot of different ones, to other members of the library staff. And so as Danielle and I were looking over our budget, if you will go down to line item 237, advertising. That line item has had $500 in it for several years, and it has not been touched. We do our banners, we do most everything in-house. Now that we have our sign back, we'll be able to use it more for there. So we're going to move that $500 up to the employee education line. And then going on down, 259, other professional services, $300. I could not see, going years back, where we had used that. Glenn, I may defer to you. Do you know of anything?
No. Nope.
Okay, so we are going to move that $300 up to $149. And then going on down to 317 compact disc.
CDs.
That's old. At least you didn't have floppy on there.
No, we took floppy off years ago when we took videotapes off. Or nope, videotapes.
Oh, they're still there.
On there. It's still on there. That should be DVD. We'll make sure we change that. We are not buying the music CDs. any that we put in, and you would be surprised, a lot of people still come in and borrow those. They love to borrow them and listen to them. With us being there with the campground and different places, people will have a CD player, and so they'll come over and borrow some of the CDs, the music CDs. So we're going to lower that to 100, and then we'll see if we spend 100 this coming year. So we're going to take that 100, add it up to 148, which will give us a total of $1,250 for education.
Awesome.
Any comments, concerns about that particular area?
I think it's a good move.
It is.
I think it will be too. And this will open up the door that I will feel more comfortable in getting our staff more of these certifications. I have used line 235, which is membership, registration fees, and tuition. We register for our American Library Association memberships. We register for certain webinars. We become members of certain professional, help me out, professional
Organizations.
Thank you, organizations. That's a good word. Thank you. So that we want to keep where it is. But this, I feel like it will give us, oh, we have this money. So now, could we have gone over in years past and then have to do a budget amendment or pulled it from another line? Yes, but we like to stay within what we're given. And a lot of times we do have to switch things around. But I'm excited about that. Looking down, are there any other line items that jump out at you that you would like to talk about?
I do have just a quick question. When it comes to the subscriptions to newspapers and periodicals, is this handheld or is this digital? Because I haven't seen a newspaper.
Okay,
a little
so
bit. Just curious.
These descriptions were written probably in 2002. And so it's time to rewrite the description of them. We use the subscriptions to platform fees like our Libby and Overdrive.
Okay.
We'll be using that for, Glenn, help me out, for Uber, for the Sun. We'll be using the subscription fee there. We do carry 2 newspapers. We carry the Tennessean and the Wall Street Journal, and they are still read, the paper. We do have the digital version, but we have people who like to come in and grab the stick off the wall, because we still put them on the stick.
Wow.
And, look through them and then put the stick back up. We keep 7 days worth of papers on a shelf. And then after that, if someone would like to have one, they'll say, oh, do you think you could save this because it was an article about my great-grandmother or something? We're happy to share the newspapers.
That's awesome.
And then we recycle those newspapers. There are several chicken coops here in LaVergne that they enjoy the papers along with our shredded paper. So we put it to good use, but that's where a lot of those subscriptions go. We also subscribe to BookPage. Carissa's probably familiar with BookPage. It's a little magazine that comes out once a month that tells all about the upcoming new releases, and it gives it synopsis of those, and our patrons love that. It's just things like that. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and those platform fees can go up pretty quickly. And Glenn, do our license come out of that? Any of our license?
Talking about the computer licensing?
Computers?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Okay.
No. You really don't have any licensing now because they were bought with it.
Okay.
So we don't really have any of those issues anymore over there. So,
Oh,
and we don't
great.
use Office. We use the LibreOffice.
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about paying Microsoft Office either. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And at the end of this budget year, we may take a look at that 10,000 and see that we may be able to take it down.
All right.
Well, maybe not with subscription fees on the rise.
Right.
True.
Understand that.
True.
Easier to keep money
That's
in the
true.
budget than it is to ask for it back.
That's true.
Any other line items that stand out to you that you would like to just know what goes in them? I know our program line item is huge, 20,800. That encompasses so much, but about $8,000 to $10,000 of that goes to summer reading. And we are truly fortunate that we have that. I talked to a library the other day. They were asking about performers that we have and entertainers. And their budget for the whole summer, which is June and July, generally 6 to 8 weeks, was $500.
Wow.
Jeez.
And we sometimes pay $400 for a performer.
Wow.
So makes us feel just a little bit guilty, but also very, very fortunate.
That's right.
Yes, it is.
That we have that and continue to. We buy like our crafts that we use with this. When Mary does her strings and things, it is free to our participants who come, and a lot of her supplies will come from this line item. And what's really cool is, of course, the end of the fiscal year is June 30th, and then we still have July. So we always say, oop, fresh money coming in July 1st for summer reading. So that's exciting. I did speak with Danielle. She is wanting, and Glenn, you may know this, she is wanting to link together some of our line items that we think, do we put it here or do we put it there? Some departments put it here, some departments put it there. So if you will look at line item 320, operating supplies, and line item 310, office supplies and materials. Those two line items are going to be put together. Money's not going to be taken away from it. They're just going to be put together so that it will be easier when we code where we want the money to go. And I think that's just a great idea.
Yeah, I did that last year.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there was too many different ones, and I just really only needed two.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just merged everything in from these to this and from these to this.
Well, I'm behind the times. Great. That's great.
It was Phyllis's idea. So
Oh,
I can't
good,
take
good.
Makes it easier for us to read.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excellent. Yes.
Line 533, what type of machinery and equipment rental versus your small equipment on
312?
312? I was wondering if that could be maybe merged.
Probably not.
Okay.
Machinery and equipment rental is like our printers, our copiers that we lease. Am I correct? So that's quite a bit.
Big stuff.
The small items of equipment are like our vacuum cleaners that we buy for Miss Mary,
Okay.
that she likes to really use a lot. And small items would also be electric pencil sharpeners and things of this sort. So, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have to pay for your tent at Fall Festival?
I do.
Okay, I was going to say, does that come out of the
It
equipment
does.
rental? That's.
Yes.
I thought that the tent would come out of that too. So.
Yes, we are very fortunate to have the big tent at Fall Festival, and so that does come out of line 533.
Okay, thanks.
But I could see why that could, but it just helps separate it just a little bit.
Okay.
These descriptions are, these numbers and these descriptions, from what I understand, come from the state.
Yes.
So that's why they're all, I mean, these are the same ones in mine. So that's why they're listed this way. And I know Danielle said that they are doing some updating at the state level that should trickle down and make these a little more meaningful for videotapes, the newspaper thing. They're trying to make these more descriptive, but that's why you see these things like this.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions about the preliminary budget? And as soon as we get a more hardcore budget, I will let you all know.
All right. We'll move on to the library report presented to Board of Mayor and Aldermen on March 4th, 2025.
I have started including this because I think it's good for you all to see and hear what is said to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Of course, you had to have been here last Tuesday night to get the full effect. Yes, you should have. Yes, you should have. We started out with "You're never too old, too wacky, too wild to pick up a book and read to a child," Dr. Seuss. We were celebrating Read Across America Week. And so every member of our board and Kyle, because it was his birthday, that's our assistant city administrator, and several directors, including Glenn, had on the big red and white cat in the hat and the bow ties. And they were such great participants. I have received so many phone calls of people who have seen the meeting and were so impressed that the board played along and was ready to get that word out too. So it's appreciated. But also what we did for Celebrate Read Across America, we had purchased different book bags. There's 3 there. Make a Difference, Be Kind, and help me out, Being Nice. What does the rest of that say?
I'm not
Something
sure. I'm not sure.
And I've been looking at these all last week.
It.
But anyway, they were really, really adorable. Our children absolutely loved them. Anyone who came into the library was able to choose one along with the bookmark. And we had many adults who wanted them and have enjoyed them. So we just wanted to get the word out that we do celebrate Read Across America, and so proud that, again, this came from our programming budget. Just a little giveaway that means a whole lot to people. And then going on, you can see our numbers for February. And next board meeting, I will bring in numbers for the year and numbers from the year before so that we can see the comparison. I'm very proud to say most of our numbers have eased up. We had a trend, of course, right around COVID where they dropped off, and then it was slowly easing up. But we are now getting to the point where people are coming back in, they're coming into the library, they're using the computer, which we're so proud of. And thank you all for letting go of the ID for the guest pass. That has worked well. We've had no problems whatsoever with that. And we've had more people come in and being able to use the guest pass to get on the computer, and it has worked well. A couple of things to point out. Do You Believe tour, Mike Famillant with the Bigfoot Experience, and Bigfoot is still in my office waiting to go outside by our sign to advertise for that event. That's going to be on March 27th at 5 p.m. It's geared more toward like your 9-year-olds and up. You know, adults are really getting excited about it. Mike just talks about what his goal is to get people off their sofa, off their couch, out into nature, and just see what you can see. And he's going to bring several things that he has found and others have found, such as an imprint of what is supposed to have been Bigfoot. So it should be very good. A lot of fun research that goes into that. And then Murfreesboro Little Theater is coming back on April 2nd. They were here last year, and they're coming back with Dragons Love Tacos. And this group of actors and actresses are amazing. They're from ages 10 and up, and they put their whole hearts into this. And this is done through a grant, so there's no cost to the library. And we're excited about having them back. That's April the 2nd at 10 a.m. And then on the next page, you will see our March events. And tonight, going on right at this moment, we have Lego Fun for ages 5 through 12 in the Storytime room. And also going on, we have Strings and Things, and that is for ages 18 and over. It's the free adult craft. Miss Mary Brent oversees that, and Kayla Richardson oversees the Lego Fun. And then we have Family Craft Night tomorrow night. We just are putting it all in this week. And they're going to create their own solar system diorama. This is a family craft. We were doing ages 5 to 12, and that was fun, but we weren't getting... We had families coming, and they were kind of staying on the backside. So what we have done is we've recreated it to where it's a family story time. And the families can come in, and you will see grandmas, grandpas, moms, dads, children, all sitting, creating these dioramas. And it's just a really, really great thing to witness. So Becky Simon does that. She does a great job. And then we have our Page Turners Book Club. Dungeons and Dragons is still going on. Then we have Lego Fun again on March 24th. And then we have our Bigfoot Experience. And then our 2 story times. All together now, family story time. That's every Wednesday at 10 a.m. And I have had the privilege of being able to oversee that story time. Most of you know I was a preschool teacher for almost 20 years, and still in me a lot of times, as the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can tell you. And so we have really, again, it's all ages. So we'll have families come, and I think the youngest that I had last Wednesday was probably 18 months, and our oldest was a homeschool child, and he was 10. And so we try to do things that can relate to all of them. We do a lot of music and movement. And one of their favorite movement songs is I Like to Jump. Don't know if you've ever heard it, but if you get an opportunity to come out on a Wednesday, we play it all the time, every Wednesday, and it's I Like to Jump, and that's the lyrics of the song. I like to jump. I like to jump high. I like to jump low. I like to jump fast. I like to jump slow. And those kids are jumping, and they're looking at me, and I'm saying, I'm watching you. I'm doing this. You just keep on jumping. And they love it. Yep. They love it. Books and Babies, great story time every Thursday at 10 a.m. This is for birth to 24 months. Sherry Pendergrass does this. She does an excellent job. She uses puppets and board books and just all sorts of fun rhymes. And they do a lot of lap set where the parents are working with their children. Just an early literacy event. And then, of course, Dragons Love Tacos. Thank you for letting me go over all of that. It's exciting. This is the fun part.
A lot of stuff.
Of my job.
Y'all are very busy over there.
We are.
Do y'all still have the passes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, to Discovery Center and to SOAC, Smyrna Outdoor Activity Community Center. Okay. You can come, an adult can come and check out a pass for 4 children and 2 adults of either one of those for free. They can borrow it for a week, and then they can go and enjoy those 2 places, and then they'll bring it back and other people can enjoy it.
That's awesome.
But we do.
That's great.
That's awesome.
It kind of slowed down during winter, but I look for it to pick back up, and especially when spring break is here, we usually have a lot of interest. Yes. So we have 2 SOAC boxes, and we have 4 Discovery Center boxes that can be checked out. Good question.
That's great. All right, I guess we will move on to the next interesting item. Dumpster issues.
Wow, somebody had to work really hard on
That's impressive.
Wow.
I'm looking at that.
My very favorite picture.
Wow.
The only thing I regret is not going inside to get our skeleton and putting him on top holding a book. I think that would be great.
Yeah.
This was me driving up one morning, so excited, ready for work, and I look over and there's the sofa sitting on top of our waste bin. So I walk over that way, snap a quick picture, and then I think, I'm gonna look in the paper dumpster just to see. And if you will look down below, there in our paper and cardboard dumpster is a TV, an entertainment center, and looks like a, what is that, a dry vac, wet vac box. And there were about 4 or 5 different bags of garbage. What we have done or are doing, we want to add extra signage that says library use only. We want to put a sign that says 24-hour security camera in use.
And we're going to put a camera there.
Yes, and we are, and that's great. It's appreciated. And also, I was noticing on our paper bin, and you can see it in the first picture, it is faded. It's not even where you can see paper only or cardboard only on it. So I'm going to go through Felicia, our purchasing agent, to get in touch with them and let's see if we can get it repainted and get that put on. We get a small check from them for the paper that we put in and the cardboard. And what's very sad is so many of our patrons do use this. They'll bring their recyclable paper and cardboard to put in, and it's appreciated. But when you start getting the other, it makes it hard. I'm not for certain, but I think our little check that we get from them may be about $30 a year. But it's $30 more than what we didn't have. Our next step, if this will not help, is to have them take the paper bin away because it is shorter, it's easier to get into. I am open for any and all suggestions.
It's a tough one.
It is. Do y'all have to take the stuff out of that paper? Y'all don't have to do that, do you?
Oh, we did.
Y'all had to do that?
Well, I say we. Parks and Recreation are fabulous. They have the maintenance crew also.
Okay.
And when I sent the pictures out, I included David McGowan, the director of Parks and Recreation. And it wasn't 3 hours later that he had 2 wonderful guys over there, Kevin and Jim. And they actually took the sofa down, put it in a truck, took it to where it should have been gone the first place. Awesome. And they actually climbed in and got the rest of the stuff out of the paper bin.
Awesome.
Sadly, 2 days later, there was more trash in the paper bin because they thought we had cleaned it out for them.
Can it be locked?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well,
that was my next question.
Or a smaller type opening, or
They can't get stuff in there.
well, there's 2 small openings on either side. So it's a possibility that we could, and they put the bar back up, and people will come and take that bar down and open it. Randy, who is manager or supervisor of maintenance, he said that there's a possibility they could lock it. I would need to find out when the paper bin person is coming so that I could be out there to make sure it's unlocked so that they can can dump it out, which I don't mind.
Okay.
If it'll help, I'll do that. The waste bin, we don't have a lot of problems. People will put things in it, but this is the first time we've had things on it. Different
That took effort
preposition.
to get that up there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Impressive.
was it surprised it would just would dumped on the greenway. It'd have been easier. It's where they throw everything else.
Yeah.
And
Edit that out.
I got tickled at some of the staff members because I said, what did you guys think about the sofa when you pulled up this morning? What sofa? Okay, never mind. So
Digital photo to Photoshop some people on there.
right.
I could have some fun with
Yeah,
this
we should
photo.
put some of the staff up there or something.
You know, you could show it at BOMA with a couple of them photoshopped on it.
Right, there you go.
I think that would be a good idea.
And their hat, and the cat in the hat.
It reminds me of Granny riding on the top of the Clanton's
Beverly
trunk.
Hillbillies. Beverly Hillbillies. I know.
Have a contest.
It would cost more money. But, you know, if it continues, possibility of looking at enclosing it like, you know, the senior center is and
right
in other places to prevent even access.
Locking gate.
That would be locked. Where people
The gate would be locked, so when the dumpster people came and stuff,
Right.
someone from the staff would have to, you know, either give them the key or else go out and unlock it. If it continues to be, you know, a serious problem.
And that
after
is
the
true.
cameras.
We would need to have a very tall, because I could see things being thrown over.
Right.
Yeah.
But that is a very good idea. And when the building was first built, if you know where the shed is located, that was actually where the waste bin was supposed to be located. It was a fairly tight fit, and so when they would come to empty the waste bin, they would never put it back in. And it was kind of out to the side. And so when we needed the shed, we cleared that old fencing down and put it there. The way we have the parking lot now, we could put up a fenced area for that.
I mean,
So-
but it's, you know, that's more money.
It is.
And wood
But
is-
it's a
wood
good
is-
solution, and that's what I'm looking for from you all, just some ideas of things that we could possibly do to,
Maybe when you talk to Felicia about either getting it painted or getting it swapped out with a fresh one, maybe have her ask if they have a locking model that the pickup operator would have a key to.
good idea.
And that way it can remain locked and they can unlock it to empty it.
That's good.
Because I think they come once a month, the
Yeah,
paper
it's
bin
not,
people do.
not near as much as the other one. That's every Wednesday.
Right.
Well, at least our place is Wednesday.
And it's every Wednesday for us also.
It would help them as well, because they would make sure things don't end up in there contaminating their paper.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they might appreciate it.
Win-win.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely. Locking model. I will do that. All of these are great ideas, and I appreciate you all thinking about it. And that's one reason I wanted to show you. It's interesting and a little bit funny, but very much sad, you know, because we want our library to look nice and neat.
Right.
And 2 days before that, when I came in, one of the trash cans, the concrete trash can that sits on either side of our front porch, was knocked over and trash was everywhere and the ashtray part was gone. And it was because that was in front of some electrical sockets that I think someone was wanting to get to charge their phone in. We have put lock boxes on the back ones to keep from having people sit around in the little areas to charge up their phones. They're welcome to come inside to charge their phone, and we actually have a phone charger system from Web Picker that they have lent to us. So I know that was after hours, but that was done. And then the day before that, as I was walking out to come to BOMA workshop, I'm going down the sidewalk in front of my office, and I look, and there is a dresser drawer, an empty dresser drawer. And I should have added those pictures. Sitting right in front of the bush in front of my office, and that was done during the day.
Somebody's setting up house out there.
So we're trying to send me a message. I don't know. But, you know, we want the library to look good. We're very proud of this library and very proud of how it looks inside. And we want to keep the outside looking nice and inviting.
That's right. Yes, 100% agree. All right, any other comments about the couch?
I got some, but
Not for
I
this,
still think there
for
needs
this
to be a
meeting?
contest for it, you know? You should just have some fun with it, you know? You know, who can Photoshop the best photo with it?
Yeah.
I want to see it, you know, our April 1st BOMA meeting, or the BOMA meeting is April 1st.
Oh, no.
April Fools. Not hinting at anything.
I'll send you the picture and you can do your thing.
Oh, I don't know how to do all that stuff. Send you Glenn.
Nope. All right, we'll go on to the next library board meeting schedule. Next meeting will be May 12th, 2025, then July 14th, 2025, September 8th, and then November 10th. And then we will open it up for any library board comments. If anybody would like to, anything to say, please speak up. We can start it this way and go this way, or?
I always want to tell you, y'all done an awesome job over there.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate what you do, and we really are very proud of the LaVergne Library and everything
Thank
you're
you.
accomplishing there. It's great things over there, as always.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We have a great staff.
Yes, you do.
I'm going to second that. Top notch. Thank you for providing access to our community and to our children and to the diversity of the collection that you have so that someone can see themselves in a book, so they can walk into our library and find a book that was destined for them. And, you know, any problem we have in this world can be solved in the pages of a book. So, community, never underestimate the power of a great book to change our world.
Absolutely.
Ditto on what they say. And I just want to say thank you for including the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in some of the shenanigans that goes on. It makes us feel included and loved also.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Just great job as always. We love the library. It's beautiful. It's a great place, and it's got just everything you'd want in there. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to echo what the others have said as well. I grew up in a town a little smaller than LaVergne that also had a wonderful library, and I was the kind of kid that didn't always fit everywhere else, but I always belonged at the library, and I think that's super important and amazing that our community has that.
Yes.
Agree. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll call this meeting adjourned.
Channel.